Esteemed and honorable members of council, Chief of Staff Ramir Carney, Saran Cade, Chief of Staff City Council Elijah Simmons, Deputy Chief of Staff Mergler, Ajay English, our Financial Controller and Legislative Assistant, Office of Management and Budget, Parks and Recreation Director, Director Melody Phillips, and members of the public. Today is Monday, April 20th, and I would like to call to order the Finance Committee meeting. I am Finance Committee Chair Michelle Hurley, and I will be chairing this budget hearing this evening. There are 3 budget hearings scheduled for today: Parks and Recreation Department, Mayor's Office of Economic Development, followed by the Department of Information Technology. I first would like to start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance this evening by doing a roll call. Councilmember Darby, Councilmember Hackett, Councilmember Oliver,
Present.
Vice Chair Bracy,
Present.
Councilmember Spadola, and President Congo. I would also like to recognize any other council members present. Thank you, President Congo. I would also like to recognize any other council persons present by doing a roll call. Councilmember Owens, Councilmember Cabrera, Councilmember Willard,
Here.
Councilmember Johnson, Councilmember Field, and Councilmember McCoy. Mayor Carney presented a proposed budget to council on March 19th, and the budget as proposed includes the following: 0% property tax rate increase, a 9.95% water, sewer, and stormwater rates increase, equivalent to $7.95 increase to a monthly bill, based on the typical residential customer using 4,000 gallons of water per month. A 1.16% increase in the sewer factor for inside city customers only. $25.7 million transfer from the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund for the following purposes. 1, a $1.7 million transfer to the general fund to balance the budget, considering expenditures is far outpacing our revenues. We also have a $4 million transfer to the Economic Development Strategic Fund, which $1 million is specifically earmarked for the Small Minority Business Program. We have $20 million transferred to the Neighborhood Stabilization Fund for the following: $200,000 for Housing Expo, $500,000 for the Wilmington Neighborhood Conservancy Land Bank, $500,000 for the Home Repair Lottery Program, $2 million for Vacant Lots Program, and $16.8 million for Affordable Housing Subsidy. The proposed general fund budget totals $212 million, which is up $10.8 million or 5.4%. The proposed water sewer fund budget totals $100 million, which is up $5.1 million. There is not a capital budget for fiscal year 2027 because it is only done in the even years. The proposed general fund budget factors several items that will warrant much discussion during these proceedings. 1, expenditures are far outpacing revenues based on the latest 5-year projections done by the Office of Management and Budget. 2, our fiscal year 2026 mid-year budget amendment that added new positions to the budget. Also, a net change of 19 new positions added to this proposed budget, which 12 positions pertain to EMS ambulance service. And then also, we have the ARPA funding is required to be fully exhausted by December 31st, 2026. We have CPSI, which was initiated by City Council in CY 2023, yet this current proposed budget lacks the necessary funding for the continuation of this program. And also, we have the Office of Community Safety, which was established by executive order of the mayor in March 2026 and was funded via a mid-year budget amendment. We have the property tax reassessment. This is a result of a court mandate that's within the purview of Newcastle County. who authorized Tyler Technologies to perform a property tax reassessment based on market rate value, which is revenue neutral. I'm looking forward to working with the mayor and my council colleagues to learn more on the plans for how the mayor intends to best handle as well as Newcastle County, while realizing that the bifurcated property tax rate relives some of the financial burden. It needs to be determined if this budget provides the necessary funding and resources to assist with appeals and if any internal assessments that may be required. Our water sewer rates. While the FY27 proposed water rates submitted to council from the mayor are lower than the recommendations by UCAB Utility Citizens Advisory Board, this council must review these rates as well as understand the impact of other rising costs such as Delmarva bills, property taxes due to the reassessment, rising costs of gas, and so many other things. The mayor has shared his vision for the intended planned use of the FY27 proposed budgetary funds. Now it is council's fiduciary responsibility to review the budget, have budget hearings with the various departments to get a complete plan on the intended use of these budgetary funds, and then to have negotiations with the administration on any changes that may be warranted to this proposed budget. By charter, council must adopt a balanced budget, and it shall be the duty of this council at least 30 days before the end of the fiscal year to adopt the annual operating ordinance for the next fiscal year. Council has shared its priorities with the mayor, which are inclusive of the following. 1, public safety, funding for CPSI, expanding CPSI to other parts of the city, expanding partners in care hours. Also included with this is the Wilmington Community Police Accountability Board. Also, our neighborhood stabilization. And under that category, we have the Home Lottery Repair Program, the Goodwill Litter Program, Property Rehabilitation Program, our Affordable Housing and Community Revitalization Fund, a housing trust, and property tax reassessment inequities. Also, under community, we have Juneteenth celebration and also vacant contract structure for rodents and things of that nature. Under education, we have safe haven funding for a site location in the 6th District, HBCU funding specifically for City of Wilmington residents only, and the Office of Educational Advocacy. Also, we have economic development that are our concerns for small minority business program, small business expo, and a nonprofit summit. Under financial stability, we have the water assistance program that we want to continue, and also we have the property tax abatement program as well. And then under parks, we have Christina Park, which is the unhoused solution that is needed. We have the Friendship House, and we have the Youth Master Plan. Also ensuring that council legislative mandates are adequately funded, such as traffic calming devices, historical markers, residency assistance fund, the escrow program, and the property tax abatement legislation, to name a few. Before I turn it over to Nahid Hussain, OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst, for a financial overview of the Department of Parks and Recreation, I would like to inform everyone that public comments will be made at the end of each department's budget hearing, and that we will look forward to having participation from the public. Also, public comments are limited to 3 minutes. If there is any follow-up information during any of the budget hearings, Ms. Bassnight will track and follow up on these requests. The budget hearings have time limits also due to time constraints, and I kindly ask if all could be mindful and respectful of that time. All budget questions should be of fiscal budgetary matter only and will be limited based upon time limitations. I ask that if my colleagues have any questions, please raise your hand. It is intended for each department to present. Then questions will be slated afterwards. Finance members will be acknowledged first, then other council members, followed by the public at the end of the presentation. Each council member is allotted 2 questions and 2 follow-ups. Again, questions from Finance Committee members will be acknowledged first. And I now turn it over to Mr. Hossein, OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst, to provide a financial overview, then followed by the Parks and Recreation Director, Dr. Melody Phillips, as well as for a question and answer session with council. This hearing is tentatively slated for 90 minutes. Mr. Hussein.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of City Council. Today I'll be providing an overview of the FY2027 Parks and Recreation Department budget. Next slide, please. The department's proposed operating budget request totals $13.7 million. A decrease of $285,000 or 2%. Next slide, please. On the general fund side, the department requested a total of almost $11.4 million, a decrease of almost $285,000 or 2.4%. Next slide, please. Some of the notable changes are highlighted in this slide. As you can see, personal services increased by a net $381,000 or 6.7% due to COLAs, mandatory step increases, and strategic reorganization. This reorganization resulted in a net increase of 4 FTE. These additions include 2 general labor 1 position totaling $147,000, a general laborer 3 at $81,000, a small engine mechanic at $98,000, a pool and maintenance mechanic at $93,000, and a equipment operator at $88,000. At the same time, 2 labor foreman 1 positions were eliminated, resulting in a total savings of $153,000. Additionally, there was a $165,000 reduction in temporary salaries as the nutrition program has been transitioned to a grant funding. Next slide, please. On the MS&E side, the department has a decrease of $138,000 or 7.9%. Temporary agencies decreased by $69,000, primarily due to departmental reorganization reducing the need for external staffing. Consultants increased by $23,000, mostly to support the new entrepreneurship program and higher costs associated with aquatics professional training certifications. Miscellaneous charges and OC increased by a net $13,000, mainly due to shifting $30,000 from the mayor's office to parks for the Reading Assist program. Combined repairs, miscellaneous, contractor maintenance service, and recreational equipment decreased by $72,000, largely due to aligning the budget with prior year's actuals. Lastly, debt service decreased by $580,000 based on the current debt service schedule net of FY 2026 borrowing. That concludes my overview of the FY 2027 Parks and Recreation Department's proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Phillips.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, City Council members. First, I'm always excited to come before you because of the very, very positive relationship that we have between Parks and Recreation and City Council. We collaborate a lot, and so I'm always appreciative of that relationship. I'm going to go through the department's mission and vision. So the mission of the Department of Parks and Recreation is to preserve and enhance urban parklands through environmentally safe practices. This includes maintaining clean, safe, trash-free, and sustainable parks that encourage residents to engage with the beauty of nature. The department is committed to providing comprehensive programming that supports the overall wellness of city residents. Additionally, the Parks and Recreation Department aims to offer a variety of recreational, social, cultural, employment, and educational opportunities to all city residents. Our vision is to create an inclusive and vibrant community where every resident can thrive regardless of age or physical limitations, in safe and clean parks that are environmentally sustainable. We aspire to be a beacon of holistic wellness, offering diverse recreational, social, cultural, employment, and educational opportunities that enrich the lives of all city residents.
Thank you for that, Dr. Phillips. We're going to jump right into our first question, which is understanding the 5-year revenue and expenditure projections show expenditures for outpacing revenues for FY27 to FY30 and FY27 general fund proposed budget, which uses $25.7 million of the tax stabilization fund. Can you please share how this budget aligns with closing any potential gaps in your department?
Yes, so the Parks and Recreation worked very diligently and closely with the Office of Management and Budget, as well as the Mayor's Office, to make sure that we were able to close the gap, including a lot of the decreases that you see, which really was reorganizing particularly our park maintenance division. We wanted to bring back skilled laborers and decrease a significant amount of overtime with those skilled laborers coming in. So as long as this budget passes, it will allow us to manage the gap. In addition to that, we made sure that we were still maintaining all of the services that we provide to children and youth. Particularly, a lot of our services through Parks and Recreation are free to the community. And so even for those that may have a cost, they're at a significant decreased cost. We never pass on the full cost of any of our services to the residents of Wilmington.
Okay, very good. I'm going to ask that you please respond to questions 1A, 1B, and 1C.
Absolutely. Next slide.
I would like to acknowledge Councilmember Spadola. Thank you.
All right, so in 1A, this is specify any cost savings or reductions. So we reduced the temporary salaries line by $164,000, which was a total savings of $176,000, including taxes. We also decreased the MS&E by over $168,000 across multiple operational areas. We used strategic reductions made without compromising core services. Our overtime increased in specific areas, but it also kind of decreased at the same time. It's weird, you'll see as we go through the budget. And then our budget sustains current operations, but future growth will require additional investment. And the reason I want to point that out is because our park maintenance division is really excited about the way that we can enhance all of the natures across our more than 70 parks. And so that future investment is critical as we go through future budgets, making sure that our constituents are happy with the parks that we have. And if we end up adding any parks like we did this fiscal year, Ridey Reservoir, that's going to be essential as well. 1B is specify any high-level major additions. So this is where we did some adding to our park maintenance department. The Parks Department is seeking to realign 2 maintenance positions to modernize outdated titles. And then we're also looking to bring on some new labor positions and additional pool maintenance mechanic. Currently, we only have one that services all of our pools. So that's critical in order to make sure that that operation, especially for Hicks, is well-rounded all year long. In addition to that, we added an LSC position to the Youth and Families Division, which will support the mayor's priorities of education and culture, while we support other community service centers that may not have some of the resources that we have to provide.
Great.
And then C, justify the new passenger van vehicle. So yes, we have asked for a new van this year. That is specific for the recreation division. We see a significant increase in recreational programs. So currently, one of our recreation program coordinators is knocking it out the park. You're talking about double dutch, flag football, kickball, and we're moving that all around the city. So we have to have the adequate transportation, because as many of you know, transportation is one of the critical things that do not allow kids won't participate. And with all of the safety challenges that we have, particularly the gang violence that's going on between the west side and north side communities of Wilmington, we want to make sure that kids are able to play safely, even if they're in a different territory.
Awesome.
Next slide.
Okay, so you touched on all bullets under C?
Yes. Yep, that was for the justified transportation. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. All right, so we're going to move on to question 2, and you can answer to A and to B when we get to it. Let me make sure I got the right pages here. Can you please specify plans for the unhoused for use of this park, I guess it would be Christina Park, as it relates to cost, projected time frame for the use of the park? Yes.
Yes, and Deputy Chief of Staff Stephanie Mergler is going to answer this question.
Okay, thank you.
So as we've discussed with the council, our plan is to make sure that this is temporary.
Mm-hmm.
And so right now we are working on how we transition out of this situation and make sure that the park goes back to the residents. In the meantime, we have contracted with Friendship House to manage the park. I know that when this came up during the mayor's office hearing, I put out some numbers off the top of my head. I'm grateful for this opportunity to give the actual numbers. So our contract with Christina Park through June 30th was $218,400. And then the additional costs that we've had have been the porta potty rental for about $3,000 a week. We purchased emergency tarps for about $4,000. Those were purchased from both Lowe's and Home Depot to ensure that the tents were protected during a rainstorm. We also bought some bulk tents online, which were a bit more cost effective. Those were about $1,000. The original tents that we purchased in bulk were about $4,000. Those unfortunately ended up being insufficient for both the weather and the elements. So we purchased an additional 49 tents that were higher quality for around $7,000. We purchased custom-built platforms from the Challenge Program, which was about $20,000 in labor and about $34,000 in materials costs. I apologize, the word materials is missing in that parenthetical.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
So that says, in that parenthetical, it says $20,000 for labor, $33,673. That should say materials.
Okay, thanks.
We also contracted with Lewis Environmental for biohazard waste removal. So far, that contract has expended about $13,000 out of a total PO of about $60,000. We're not sure exactly how much will be expended for the remainder of the year. It's kind of an ad hoc service. And then finally, we are ordering a permanent bathroom that will cost about $60,000, and it will be. We're expecting it to be delivered and installed in August. And then specify any plans for locating the unhoused to a different site location. So Christina Park was selected only because it was currently in use by a certain number of unhoused individuals, and it was, close to both the Sunday Breakfast Mission and the Transit Center. There are no, once we manage to move everybody out of the park or transition everybody out of the park, there are no other plans for another tent site. But yes, we do want to highlight that so far 11 people have been moved out of the park due to continuing outreach both from Partners in Care, the community engagement team, the Bridge Clinic from the state, and through Friendship House. So those efforts are continuous and ongoing, and that is our goal, is to make sure that we transition everybody out of the park into long-term housing.
Okay. All right, we're going to move right into question number 2C. Can you please share all the vendors and any partnerships for services that the city is using or in the pipeline for the unhoused in the park and any plans for Springboard, Delaware?
Absolutely. So the only vendor that we are contracting with directly is the Friendship House. But we, through them, they have created kind of a service calendar to ensure that we are continuing to do that outreach work and ensure that we are transitioning people to services and to housing, and also to other services as well. So that includes the Bridge Clinic, Brandywine Counseling. 1 and 7B Foundation is a mobile, it's a mobile unit that provides both showers and laundry services. The Community Partner Support Unit, San Francis Mobile Health, Give Me Mobile Health, Network Connect, and the Wilmington Housing Authority, which helps navigate people to housing. In addition to that, we have the WPD's Partners in Care Unit, which provides case management and social work and continually does outreach to individuals at the park.
Thank you. 2D, can you please share the plans for $50,000 that's being budgeted in community services account line regarding the unhoused and the displaced foster care for youth?
Yes, so this is a really unique line that sits in the Youth and Families Division within the department. One, we have something called the Street Ministries Breakfast Program. They provide breakfast every single Saturday for displaced individuals, and it's absolutely free. So they get about $5,000 from that line. Additionally, we work with an organization called One Step at a Time. This year in fiscal 27, myself and One Step at a Time are working together to potentially have them provide services to a brand new community center in order to expand the amount of youth that they can work with who are truly displaced and living, unfortunately, at some of the motels. So it may look a little different this year. There may be an RFP process that we're working together with One Step at a Time on, and potentially they might be relocated from Hicks to a new community center, but still providing those services through Parks and Recreation.
Okay, and E and F, if you could answer those as well.
Yes, I think Stephanie did mention E was, and she did state that, yes, there's conversations with Springboard, Delaware about building a pilot village, similar to the one currently in Georgetown, which is in Sussex County. And then 2F is similar to question 2A, which was share the plans and funding commitment to the Friendship House. And I just want to go back, sorry.
Yeah.
And that breakdown, the current contract is $218,400 with the Friendship House.
Yeah, okay. All right, so let's see. We're going to move right into question number 3, and I'm going to ask that you answer 3A, B, and C. So the question is, considering the Williams Hicks Anderson Community Center is the city's only community center, and is classified as an emergency shelter site, can you please share if this budget provides the necessary resources and funding to best address the needs of the community in A, B, and C?
Yes, so one, William Hicks Anderson Community Center served as a shelter twice this year, once in January and then again in February during some, heavy inclement weather. In fact, it was specifically for everyone who was currently living at Christina Park. Again, want to thank City Council, particularly Councilwoman Will Aller, for the resolution and for recognizing all of William Hicks Anderson community staff for that shelter. We are not designated as a state shelter. We work in the capacity of a local shelter. And so there's a difference when you get Red Cross assistance versus when you do not. And as such, we're not considered a state shelter. However, we can be considered in FY27 a reception center and the possibility of serving as a local shelter if the elements arise, again, weather conditions. And yes, we would jump on board to support those efforts. Our staff is still going through some training in reference to serving in that shelter capacity in collaboration with City of Wilmington Emergency Operations Center Chief Willie Patrick. So that has been a really great partnership. In addition to that, on question 3A, to specify any public-private partnerships. So this is what Parks and Recreation does. We have a significant amount of partnerships across this beautiful city. Specifically when it comes to community centers, we have established MOUs with the PAL, MSK Community Center, also the Community Education Building, and we're building out a new partnership with their new Community Education Youth Development Center. Then we have several partnerships. These are partners who actually come in and provide services to either our Youth Career Development Program or to William Hicks Anderson Community students and youth. So that's Wild Science, Kai Coders, Code Differently, Natural Glow Self-Love Club, and a host of employer partners. This is critical to our mission because we provide programming. Our thing is recreation, education, and culture. We like to say we wreck the city sometimes, or we rep it, but we are really, really excited about these partnerships because it allows our youth to not only see what is capable, but it allows them to participate in a variety of different activities. And as many of you know, exposure is key for our youth. It opens them up to different career opportunities and really gets them thinking about what their next steps are. And so that public-private partnership has been phenomenal for all the partners that we work with. And we're very, very intentional with working with grassroots partners who are brand new to the city. And so that's really intentional, especially with the Youth Career Development Program as well as recreation. Specify if the site location is a safe haven site. Yes. William Hicks Anderson Community Center serves as a safe haven. This is from July through September yearly. It's a specific grant that we receive from the Division of Services for Children, Youth, and Their Families. Our safe haven schedule is Tuesday from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. This means we extend our hours beyond operational hours. Normally, Hicks Anderson is open 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday during those months, we're open 6 to 10. And then on Saturday, we extend our hours until 5. Normally on Saturdays, we close Hicks at 2. Next slide.
3C.
All right, so specify if budget provides the necessary resources for equipment, computer, lab, gym, pool, boxing facility, etc. Yes, the current budget adequately supports day-to-day operations across all of those categories. As you all know, pool is a big deal. Boxing is huge. We have several, Golden Gloves champions, Junior Olympics and everything. I highly, highly encourage all of you to come see our boxing program. We're actually going to be partnering with WITN in the future to do a whole boxing documentary. It is phenomenal. If you are in that boxing program, we have a undefeated champion out of there. He is 8-0. And so we're just really excited, professional boxers. So definitely come check out the boxing program. We also have our Councilwoman ladies, girls hit hard too, so come check us out. Yes, if you are, a woman and you want to learn how to box, come over to Hicks. So the current budget allows us to operate, but I will say a renovation would allow us to elevate.
Okay, I like that. I definitely like that. All right. So we're going to move on to question number 4. So understanding the limitations of federal grant funding, can you please share if this budget realigns any services and fills grant funding shortfalls to best ensure that city youth and seniors are not impacted as reasonably as possible? I want to acknowledge Council Members Darby and Council Member Field. Dr. Phillips, can you answer all of the questions, all the letters? Thank you.
Yes, no problem. So referencing for aid, that right there says specified number of participants. Mm-hmm. So SFSP stands for Summer Food Service Program. That's when you see us providing food to all of the summer camps across the city, as well as when you see us feeding in the parks. You'll note that 2024 to 25, we serviced about 94,501. 2025 to 2026, we had about 110,000. CACFP is what's called the Child and Adult Care Food Program. That is the name given to it by the Department of Education. We do not service adults, though, because we're considered at risk, so we only service youth and the community centers who service youth. And so we had about 131,629 meals. You'll see a decline from 2025 to 2026 for the Child and Adult Care Food Program, and that is because we were realigning with the Community Education Building on the amount of meals that we were providing directly versus what they were providing directly, because they can still provide services directly to a lot of the community centers across the city. So that's why you see a bit of a decline there. But we've now realigned, and we anticipate approximately 60 partner sites this summer. And that's not including all of the parks. So that's just 60 summer camps, and then you add the parks on top of that, which is about 10 or 11. So we will be very busy this summer. Our partnership with the Community Education Building, which is Share the Success, has been great. We have, provided fresh and hot and more nutritious meals. As many of you remember, we used to have severe challenges with our former vendor, but we have done surveys, and mostly all of our sites have been very receptive of this new partnership, and it has gone very well. It's one of the reasons why we're looking to extend a broader partnership with the Community Education Building and their new building and helping them provide some services over there.
Awesome. C?
Yes. So 4C, share if any impact with the nutrition program, which is now proposed to be funded with project funds. First, City Council, thank you so much for last year approving us to move all of that money onto the general fund when we established that new partnership with the Community Education Building and worked out some costs. One of the things that we were able to do, and really have to thank my fiscal team, Ms. Val Jones and Ms. Janiqua Reason and Ms. Katrina Dorsey, for working through these numbers, because we realized that we still had some COVID era funds, a little over $500,000 worth, and we were able to move all of that staff back onto that grant for at least the next 3 years. So I may come back to you in 3 years and say, hey, we need to do something different. But for right now, in order to be able to meet some of those priorities, the mayor's priorities, and reduce costs, especially during this reassessment, this really allowed us to move some of those dollars back. We also reworked some numbers with the Community Education Building on price per meal, which is allowing us to see a smidge bit of revenue. The grant is not meant to have a lot of revenue to it, but allows us to have some in order to make sure that we're purchasing material supplies, things for the nutrition program that are needed, and a lot of those dollars are restricted based on the Department of Education's compliance and everything. So we have to remain in compliance.
Awesome. That's great. D?
All right, so provide an update on available balances for all grant funding received to date. As you can see, SFSP, again, Summer Food Service Program, currently has a balance of $193,432. And then CACFP, that's about that $500,000 that I was speaking of, $455,937. So currently, yearly staff expense proposed is $177,000, and that is with no wage increases. You all know that I have been historic in the last few years, increasing limited service employees' wages by at least $2 because they operate a good portion of our department. But this year, we did keep wages flat, and so those are the current balances right now.
Okay. All right. We're going to move on to question number 5. Can you share, so some of the council's priorities for education and parks is the Youth Master Plan, Workforce Development, and Youth Leadership Council, maintenance and upkeep of city parks, to name a few. Can you please share how this budget provides the necessary resources and funding that are aligned with these priorities? And you can answer questions A and B.
Absolutely. So I'm really proud that City Council worked diligently to move that Youth Advisory Board back under City Council, and it was all a part of the Youth Master Plan. Thank you to Councilwoman Bracey and Councilman Owens for coming out and working with our youth from the Wilmington Youth Leadership Incubator Program. That was all part of Youth Master Plan. I have let them know that I'm more than happy to continue to assist in that endeavor. As people who know me personally know that youth leadership is my core. It is everything that I bleed, live, and everything that comes through me. So young people in leadership is absolutely, I believe adults are in the way and we need to get out of the way. So that is something that I'm able to continue to help City Council with. As it relates to maintenance and upkeep, you will see that on some additional slides. We did ensure in this particular budget that we will continue to provide Saturday service for cleanup on our parks. And those parks are broken down into quadrants. Thanks again to both of our park maintenance supervisors, Kenny Ford and LaShawn Grinnell. That is essential. And then Play Streets is a big deal over the summer. The Honorable Rashima Dixon, rest her soul, her father is phenomenal. Mr. Dixon comes up from Virginia. City Council is great. I want to especially thank Councilwoman Harley, Councilwoman Oliver, Councilwoman Bracy, for making sure that we have that money. As you can see, the donations up there from City Council really allow us to make sure that Play Streets is thriving. I feel like even though we moved this out all 8 districts throughout the summer, that party we had last year in Rodney Square was a big deal. And so we had a good time, and we will be doing that again this year in collaboration with a few new movie nights. So that's we're excited about that. Question 5B. Oh, and so question 5B, Madam Chair, is the same as question 13. So if you don't mind, I'll cover that in question 13 when we get closer to it, because the chart is really large.
Okay, sure. All right, thank you very much. We're going to move on to question number 6. Can you please specify the program's participation, if any cost that's required by the participant? Can you please share how the programs are marketed, share how it is determined what programming the youth may be interested in, and share how the programs are tracked for success?
Yes, so you have to talk to our youth to find out what they're interested in. And so one of the big things is we have to find out what they're interested in. We have conversations with them. In fact, this past academic year was the first time that the YCD, the Youth Career Development Program, allowed the youth to facilitate the workforce development training. So they trained the other youth. You had some of the older youth training the younger youth, and we specifically asked them after we had a very successful Next Level Youth Summit last year. So we talk to them, we have conversations with them, they let us know what they're interested in. Sometimes it's some of our traditional programs like track and field, basketball, of course, and sometimes it's brand new, like field hockey for the girls this year, as well as double dutch. I don't remember how many council members remember double dutch, but we brought that back. And that was as a result of a lot of our kids telling us what they would like to see, not only in the community center, but across the city as it relates to recreation. Particularly, most of all of our programs are offered at low or no cost, and that's really to ensure accessibility. We market it through schools, community outreach. We do have a street team, and so they're actually coming up with a brand new name. I'm curious to see what that name is. Our Deputy Director, Tanya Warner, is really excited about this new name and getting everybody outside and delivering those flyers. And so I really want to make sure that, she is acknowledged. So thank you, Deputy Director Warner, for working on that. Then we do a lot of program design, and my team knows I am data. So whatever the data speaks to is how we make our outcomes, and that's what we measure our outcomes on. Next slide.
I love that. 6A. Continue.
Yes. So these are these are not all of our programs, but to answer the specific question around which ones cost and what they cost participants. So you will see that we have Camp Barnes that we run every single year. There's a girls' weekend and a boys' weekend. SAT prep, youth and city government, which is coming up on May 7th. I hope to see all city council members there and participating. Spring College Tour and Spring College Tour 2026, so 2025 and 2026. You'll note that there's a cost to participants. It was an expected cost of potentially Camp Barnes for this summer of $6,000. However, we just recently got an email from the Pearl Foundation connected to Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and we're working with them. They may be sponsoring some of our youth for Camp Barnes, and I know City Council will, jump in and support as well, because you all do. You always all support the Spring College Tour. You send many of the youth from your respective districts. And so in 2025, cost to participants, that's the total, was around $16,825. And our Spring College Tour that just wrapped up this year, cost to participant was around $12,300. And $5. You'll see the participation is the reason why the cost decreased. We had 31 youth this year versus 40 youth last year.
Awesome. Okay. 6B and 6C.
Yes, so I combined these two questions.
Okay.
And then share any plans for addressing curfew and truancy, and then share any plans for after-school programs, literacy, reading, assist program, and tutoring. As I said earlier, this is what we do. So William Hicks Anderson Community Center is open 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., and then July through September extended until 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. That is truly answering the issue of truancy and curfew. We ensure that youth are coming in. In fact, because Helen Chambers Park is so close, literally right across the street, if they are over there doing something that they shouldn't be involved in, our staff is encouraging them to come into the building and participate in programs there. Particularly at the William Hicks Anderson Community Center, not only do we have boxing, we have a physical activities coordinator who is running different activities in the evening. So you're talking about from from basketball to kickball to dodgeball, activities that the kids like. We have a weight room, we have martial arts, and then, of course, William Hicks Anderson Pool is open all year round. So there's swimming opportunity every single evening. Our swim lessons are booked. So we have swim lessons for youth and adults, absolutely free, and so it is currently booked all the way through June. I was looking at the list the other day, and I was like, wow, there's a lot of people in the city who would like swim lessons, which is great, but yes, it is booked. So that is how we're really making sure that we answer the curfew and truancy. Again, we do a lot of STEM activities. Our summer camp gets a lot of STEM, which is absolutely phenomenal. Through Kai Coders and Wild Science, they love it. We also have a partnership with Let's Play. They come in and do a variety of different STEM activities. It's one of those programs that our kids really gravitate to. And then our Wilmington Youth Leadership Incubator Program, which is funded through the Criminal Justice Council, continues to target intervention and youth gun violence prevention. And so we help young people make informed decisions. And it was one of the ways that they were able to have conversations with City Council about why it was so important to bring that Youth Advisory Board back.
Awesome. Okay. 6D and E.
Yes. Oh, did we go? Oh, yep, 6D. Okay. So the youth, this was please provide an update on the following programs. And so this one is specific to our Youth Entrepreneurship and Business Development Program. That was a pilot program that City Council approved last year. We are super excited about it. As you can see, students develop personal brands. They improve communication, public speaking, and branding skills. They apply knowledge in naming and pitching business ideas, and then they increase confidence in presenting and communicating ideas. We had a 30% increase in students reporting increased business confidence, really understanding what it takes to create a business plan, financial literacy. So we're really excited about that, and they gained a lot of skills. They also gave an average rating of the overall program of 8.75, including our ex-donor partner, Miss Antoinette Watson, who came in and facilitated the program.
Okay.
Next slide. And then this was film, media, and mobile recreation. So unfortunately, we did not get an opportunity to launch these in FY26, but there are specific reasons. We have a partnership with Future First Gaming and Eastside Charter STEM, and it just did not come to fruition like we were hoping for, but we are back in conversations with both of those entities to bring this forth in 2027, FY2027. And then the mobile recreation unit, we really need to increase our staff recruitment. I don't know if we scared people when we said pop out at the park or whatever, but we weren't getting as much traction for limited service employees when we were trying to explain what it is that we were trying to do, so we're going to try to do that again this year.
Okay.
And then E is specify the anticipated site locations for Arts in the Program, Arts in the Park program. Arts in the Park moves across the entire city. This is a partnership with the Grand Opera House. So some parks included in the rotation are Haynes, Barbara Hicks, Father Tucker, Brown, Burton, Winchester, and a few others. Stapler is also added as a brand new park site this year for both Arts in the Park and our nutrition program.
Okay. All right. We're going to move right on to question number 7. Can you please discuss all budgetary programs for the Recreation and Youth and Families Division?
This is a long one, Madam Chair. Go ahead, next slide.
Okay.
So you will see, and I don't necessarily know if you want me to read every single one, but this is probably about 4 or 5 slides of all of the programs that we offer, what the attendance was for FY26 and the cost, as well as what the cost was for FY25 and the attendance there. I will highlight some of the very popular ones. Let's Play, which is extremely popular during our summer camp. Natural Glow Self-Love Club is very popular at William Hicks Anderson Community Center. It's a specific program for girls. Mariposa Arts, that's all different sorts of art programming. Then, of course, aquatics is a big, big deal, particularly because William Hicks Anderson Community Center offers that pool all year round. And then we have when we open up the pools over the summer. Kai Coders is another one that is really, really popular. We had all 50 of our summer camp participants participate in that last year. That was around coding and STEM. As I mentioned earlier, One Step at a Time maintains our relationship with them. And then our community garden. So we have a partnership with Mr. David Lassiter with the Lassiter Foundation. He is responsible for the city's community garden, which sits at William Hicks Anderson Community Center. He cultivates the produce. He teaches classes. We do about 1 or 2 community events. And then he also teaches the kids that are in summer camp about produce, how to grow your own vegetables and herbs.
Awesome.
Next. Boxing, again, very, very popular program at William Hicks Anderson Community Center. You'll see on here what it costs to run summer camp. As you can see, we're anticipating about $18,000 this year for summer camp. Play Streets, that's again in partnership with City Council and the Mayor's Office. We have our summer cinema series, which is extremely popular, especially the adult one that we do each year. And then our spelling bee. I believe many city council members participated or, were excited about the spelling bee. That was huge. That allowed us to partner with Scribs and send that spelling bee winner to their regional conference or the state level conference. So that was great. And then Aqua Zumba is very popular this year. I don't know if any city council members have gotten over to Aqua Zumba. I know former city council president Hanifa Shabazz has been there. It is literally Zumba in the water. So if you want to do Zumba, then you want to do it on land, we have land Zumba, but we also have Aqua.
Awesome. I love it.
And these are a few more of our programs, some that I already mentioned. Here, I probably just really want to highlight our partnership with the men's softball and women's softball. That's a big deal over the summertime. Our college tour is always huge, and again, continues to be in partnership with City Council. And then track and field. Track and field is very big. It starts in June, usually wraps up at the end of July, and that's another big program that we offer throughout the summer, and then we do that in partnership with Abyssinian Stadium.
Okay.
And then these are some that I already mentioned, but brand new this year, under FY26, I want you to note the girls' flag football. So we offer a variety, of course, recreation activities that are oftentimes geared towards our boys, which is great, but our recreation program coordinator, Eugenia Reddy, she really did bring in girls' flag football, and that has been going pretty great in partnership with a couple other community centers. Next slide. Mm-hmm. Martial arts is really big. Our other recreation program coordinator, Gerald Wilmore, is bringing back T-ball this year. So you'll see that again this year. And double dutch. I don't know if my knee is going to work for double dutch, but if anybody wants to come out, play double dutch,
I
feel
love
free.
that.
Next slide.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Kickball League, our youth yoga program, and then youth dodgeball.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing all those highlights. We definitely have some wonderful programs. And do we have, well, let me wait until afterwards.
Okay.
I was just so excited about all these programs. So let's move on to question number 8. Can you please discuss any current vacancies and positions? And you can just answer A through E.
Oh, yes. So this is where the fun begins. Next slide. So our superintendent of park maintenance position is currently open. Our former superintendent of park maintenance, he retired earlier this year, and so the interviews are currently scheduled for April 22nd. So that is not a reorganization. That just position happens to be open. We currently have 3 applicants for the position. Residency could have impacted that candidate pool, but that position also requires a CDLA, so that could have been an impact. Then we have senior equipment operator, general laborer, labor foreman 1 rubbish, and labor foreman 1 ball field. You'll note that the 2 labor foreman 1 rubbish, and labor foreman 1 ball field, those 2 positions are actually being requested to be deleted in order to realign and adjust the titles and make sure that they're properly aligned with the Parks Department. The general laborer 1 position, we had 2 additional retirements in addition to our superintendent of park maintenance. We had a retirement for that senior equipment operator position and the general laborer position. Interviews just happened today for the general laborer, and then senior equipment operator, that posting is up and closes on April 27th with a tentative interview date on May 11th. Mm-hmm. And next slide.
Okay, so question number 9. Okay, pretty much is still about positions. So can you discuss any proposed changes, new, deleted, upgraded, etc.?
Yes, so here we have general labor 1. We're looking to add 2 positions under general labor 1. General laborer 3 is going to be added, small engine mechanic position added, another pool and maintenance mechanic position to be added, equipment operator, and then we're eliminating those 2 labor foreman positions that you just saw on the previous slide.
Okay. You can just share A and B, the
Okay.
responses.
So 9A is specify if any new positions are revenue generating. No, we do not have any positions that are revenue generating or even take money in. B is share the impact for the department, organization inclusive of any impact for the overtime budgeted. So first I answer here, yes, the funding is included in the Park Maintenance Division overtime line for one Saturday per month during the peak season of April through November, because it says any funding allocated for cleaning parks on the weekend. This budget we were offering November through April was Saturday and Sunday, but that was significant because Sunday's overtime for union is a lot higher. So we decided to just do Saturday this year, our request for FY27. Then with the reorganization, are there any changes to William Hicks Anderson Community Center? No. You'll note that all of the reorganization is really for the Park Maintenance Division. Next slide. In the next slide, you'll see exactly where that overtime is budgeted. You'll see $184,356 in the Maintenance Division. We are responsible for covering a lot of events in partnership with Cultural Affairs, the Mayor's Office, and then, of course, our extended pool and spray shower hours over the summertime. You'll see recreation, $30,000 in there for full-time and limited service employees. Yes, at sometimes limited service employees are eligible to receive overtime, especially if they work the spring college tour because they're going for the entire week. The Youth and Families Division has $5,000 in there. Our Youth and Families Division manager now has a union employee, so she has to make sure that if that union employee is working overtime, she has that overtime money to cover. And sometimes that particular union employee is under the nutrition program, and over the summertime, there may be times when that individual has to work overtime.
Okay. The next slide.
And then this is planned to discuss the planned use of $79,000 budgeted for consultants. As you'll see here, admin, this is community-based programming. We have about $2,000. Admin line keeps about $2,000 for individuals who may say, hey, can you sponsor an event, $500 there, $250 here. So we keep that in our line. Recreation and Hicks, which of course is combined, has a proposed $58,500. You'll see that Safe Haven, that $22,500 is specifically for the MSK Community Center. Then you have professional contracts, aquatics. Aquatics is a big deal because formerly we used to have to pay out for all of our lifeguards to be certified, but now our aquatics coordinator is not only a certified lifeguard, he is the certified trainer. So he trains and certifies all of our lifeguards, including CPR and first aid. Youth and Families has that entrepreneurship program. We are looking to bring that back this year, but in a different format that may also be like a mini RFP process, and also trying to get some of the youth involved with it, so it's going to be really fun. And then we have some presenter fees. So we do have some presenters who come in and present for the Youth Career Development Program, specifically on workforce development.
Awesome. Okay, we're going to move right into question number 10. Can you please share the budgetary costs for city pools per site, Eden Brown prices, WHACC, and PS?
Ooh. You see the total there, $199,541, minus that $10,457, because that's actually what it costs to rent PS, but not like the repairs. However, it is a significant operation to run all of these pools over the summer. And I just have to, significantly thank Kenny Ford, as well as Mr. Bruce Cotman, who has been our only pool maintenance mechanic. And hopefully with this budget passing, that will allow us to get another one. But the pool operations are significant. Of course, you're talking about life and death, and so we need to make sure those pools are operational so everyone is safe.
Thank you. 10A.
So this is all of our city spray parks, and this is where they're located. Councilwoman McCoy is probably going to cringe, but brought it to our attention that her spray park unfortunately had some significant vandalism that literally just happened either last Thursday or Friday. So we were able to, get a police report and all of that done. We're hoping her spray park and her district gets open by the time these city spray parks open, but we can't guarantee just because of the significant vandalism. All other spray parks are operational, and we don't anticipate any issues with those.
Okay. 10B, please.
Oh, this is our tentative pool schedule, and the reason I say tentative is because PS DuPont has significantly gone up on their costs, and so we had to come down to only 3 days a week at PS DuPont Pool instead of 5. I believe the mayor's office may be having some conversations with Councilman Owens about what that looks like. It's not currently in our budget for PS, but they went from $55 an hour to $100 an hour and added overtime for their janitorial staff. So this current schedule specifically for PS is what we can meet right now. But again, as we have some additional conversations, that may change.
Okay. All right, C and D.
Yes, so city pools will run from June 22nd this year through August 21st. Spray parks always stay open through Labor Day weekend. And then this is what we generate from when we rent out William Hicks Anderson Pool. We have a contract with Wilmington Friends. We get $8,000 a year from them. And then we have something called the Greater Philadelphia Underwater Hockey League. Yes, it is what it sounds. It is underwater hockey, under the water, and we get about $1,530 from them. If you ever want to see what underwater hockey looks like in real time, come out on Mondays to Hicks between around 5 o'clock to 6, and you'll get an opportunity to see underwater hockey.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to question number 11. Can you please discuss the planned use of $1.6 million budgeted between temporary salaries and temporary agencies account groupings, and share if this provides adequate resources and funding to address the department's needs for the city youth? And you can answer 11A, B, and C.
Yes, so share the plans for our co-op program. We have a brand new partnership this year under fiscal year 26 with Howard High School. We have 2 of their youth, specifically from their diesel engine mechanic program. I actually just met them earlier today, 2 nice young men. They are working in partnership with our park maintenance division. So they'll be learning all about their technical skills, developing discipline, work ethic, and then it could create a direct pathway for future employment here at the city as well. So that's our new partnership with Howard High School. Next slide. This continues to break down where that $1.6 million goes. You have an estimated of about 165 workers for FY27. That may decrease some, as you can see, 396,000, because we just received our funding from the Department of Labor, our grant, and that grant is 190,000, so that number may decrease a bit. FY26, we had about 150 workers at around $336,000. As you'll see on C, it says specify the amount of grant dollars anticipated for summer youth. Department of Labor is giving us 190,000. That'll be 59 city youth and about 15 non-city. Bank of America, we're anticipating 35 youth workers. We have requested $100,000 for them. That is specific for the Next Level program, which was the program that we started last year. And then on the general fund, we're asking for $396,000. And then the numbers from FY26 are there as well. From $190,000, again, we received the same amount. Bank of America, we received a grant last year of $75,000, and then on the general fund, we had requested $388,800. Next slide.
Okay, D and E.
Yep, so specify the number of youth career pathway jobs. So we have specific 2 career pathways, meaning we have the entrepreneurship and academic career pathway, but within the academic career pathway, we have a slew of other pathways. So we partner with City Council to help all of our youth learn about what it means to be a legislator and be elected. We partner with Human Resources so they have an opportunity to learn what it means to be an HR business partner. Again, our own park maintenance division. We have partnerships that are touching almost all of the industries within the city. You're talking about banking, you're talking about healthcare, as well as manufacturing. Those are 3 of the top 5 within the city of Wilmington. And so those are really critical for our youth to learn about, especially since we're trying to keep them within the city. Our total costs, approximately $232,128, and again, we're anticipating Bank of America funding $100,000, or at least that's what we requested. And so these are previous sponsorship. Bank of America has done $100,000, then they decreased in FY25, and we asked them to come back up to that $100,000 for FY26. It was $100,000, and we asked them to increase for FY27.
Okay, we're going to go to, let's see, 11D and E. We are going to jump to question number 12.
Yep.
Okay.
So this is $439,000 budgeted in miscellaneous services. You'll note this goes from anything from extermination services to miscellaneous charges to recreational activities. And you'll see a lot of the purpose there as it relates to, you know, some of the things that we decreased, some of the things that we increased, particularly around maintenance. We tried to make sure that we were working in collaboration with Office of Management and Budget to align with prior year actuals. And then our boxing program, we did increase that by $4,000.
Okay, so we're going to move on to question number 13. Okay, can you please provide a summary report per district and update status for each park? Yes.
Yes, so here is where the fun really begins. So I did give all city council a larger, because this slide is always extremely small. I want to point out some parks that are really significant to constituents. One, Canby Park is currently under renovation right now. We want to make sure that we apologize to the community because we were not able to get the rendering up of what that park will look like once the renovations are done, and we take full responsibility for that. That rendering is behind schedule, and we're hoping that it gets out in the next 2 to 3 weeks, but we will be sending a letter out to all of the constituents surrounding Canby Park to make sure they have an absolute information on what's going on. So again, our apologies for that rendering being behind schedule, but we're always happy to come to any civic association meetings and provide updates. Barbara Hicks sits in the South Bridge area where I grew up, and we are significantly behind with Barbara Hicks. And the reason that is because we have to remediate 2 feet of soil in the Barbara Hicks Park. And it took a significant amount of back and forth with whether or not that could be considered professional services. The law department has informed us that it cannot be, so now that is out for bid. So we anticipate that Barbara Hicks will finally start at some point in October, but we have to do the soil remediation first before we can actually do the renovation. So Southbridge, near and dear to my heart, Councilwoman Harley, we're going to get that done without a shadow of a doubt. We're getting it done. Then another one of our parks that is a big deal, Herman Holloway is currently under renovation. We anticipate that park being done somewhere between late October, early November, hopefully weather permitting. We can make sure that, you know, we can have some sort of reopening. Stapler Park was redone this past year. And Eastlake Park in Councilwoman Darby's district, we anticipate that park being done in July. So those are just some of the parks that are currently under renovation or just finished. But of course, if City Council has any questions about other specific parks, we can definitely discuss those.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to question number 4. Can you please share the amount of funding allocated for training and professional growth and development for your staff?
Yes, so this is broken down by division. You'll see that it includes registration fees as well as travel. So admin, maintenance, recreation, and youth and families are the divisions within the Parks and Recreation Department. The total budget is $57,000. We often, so a lot of our division managers will go to a variety of different conferences. Some of the popular ones are the National PAL Conference, the Youth Workforce Development Conference, that's really popular for youth and families. There are a few that Recreation likes to go to as well. But one thing I do want to make sure that City Council and the community knows, they're required to come back and do a PowerPoint and present on what they learned, because we're not just going to spend city dollars to travel to a new city just because it's fun.
Okay, all right. Our last question here is question number 15. Can you please provide your FY2025 proposed organizational chart with the total number of employees?
So that's us. So you'll see myself up there. Shakesha Clark is our Youth and Families Division Manager. Tanya Warner is our Deputy Director. And you'll see Dr. Naeem Collins, who serves as the Superintendent of Recreation. And then there's several staff that report upwards to them. One unique position is Jim Rook. He is the Park Maintenance Supervisor at Valley Garden, which is funded by the Wilmington Parks Trust Fund Commission.
Okay. Is that all you have?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for that thorough, exciting presentation, which you bring it every year. And so thank you. I was so excited about the parks and all that you had to say earlier. And I had to retain myself because, you know, I have to follow the rules. If we say questions afterwards, I too want to follow the rules. That's very important. So at this time, I'm going to put it out to the council members to see if any council members have any questions. I'm going to start with Council Member Oliver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great presentation. One question, I just want to make a statement. I look forward to hopefully working with First Game and the East Side Charter this year. They do have a lot of youth over there, and they also have a after-school program that Miss Mills is working on over there, and they do an excellent job. I've been over there a lot, and so hopefully First Game, because that's a upcoming or a big sport. I mean, I went to Malcolm's event, and when I tell you them kids is in there just going crazy, so I look forward to seeing that. And I have a question about the park. I'm gonna come back to that. Go ahead, keep going. I come back.
Okay, Director Phillips, I have a quick question regarding Barbara Hicks Park. So, of course, you know, we've been involved in this park, seems like for a long time, before you even took over. So I want to say that. Now, you had mentioned remediation. Now, I thought we already did the remediation, and it came back to let us know, you know, what we needed to do. I thought we were in the process of trying to determine what was the best option. So when you said a RFP is out for remediation, can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, so sorry, not the correct word. Specifically, the RFP is out right now for the company that will remove the soil. So what you're correct, we did that part, but meaning there has to be a company that's going to come in, and then the other company, Brightfield, will be the one who is going to monitor, because we have to meet all of DNREC's regulations. So it's critical that that part is done. So once that is holding up the actual renovation, we were hoping initially that Brightfield would be considered professional services and they could remove the soil, but the law department informed us that no, it actually has to go out for bid. And Brightfield had two options. They could either continue to be the professional services to monitor that progress on whoever wins the bid, or they can bid on the project. They have chosen to remain as the monitor for it, and now it's out for bid in order for whatever company ultimately wins, that they're going to remove that soil.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
So sorry about that.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
okay. Thank you for that clarification. All right. Any other council members have any other questions? Councilmember Owens?
Yes. First off, welcome. It's always good to see y'all here. I know I talk to y'all quite often. I wanted to go back to question 3B when it was talking about the Safe Haven program. I know Safe Haven funding comes from the state. Would it be beneficial for the city to add additional dollars to help supplement those non-days that the state's funding? So that Monday, I think it's Monday and Sunday for those extended hours, especially since it helps get kids off the streets. And we want to see low crime this summer as well, too.
So, of course, we'll never say not to do something. And honestly, the funding would be to support the staff in some of the programs and materials. Honestly, Councilman Owens, the biggest challenge would probably be Sunday, just because most of our staff already works Monday through Saturday. And we have to maintain at least one full-time person in there, and all of our full-time staff members under recreation, except for the superintendent of recreation, are union employees. And as you know, we have to make sure that we're not in violation of any CBA. So that may be something that we can definitely discuss. Monday, I wouldn't foresee that being an issue at all. Sunday just may be we may have to figure out how we could do those hours.
And then one follow-up, Madam
Sure.
Chair. My follow-up is you talked a little bit about creating a potential pathway for the two students from Howard at the diesel program. I know that's super important for the city to add that additional job, especially with like our fire department that uses diesel engines. And when one of our apparatuses go down, just having one person in the yard, we need some extra help over there. So I'm glad to hear that we have this new program, and I hope that this leads to one or two of these young students becoming city employees.
Oh, thank you. I actually have to thank the former superintendent of maintenance for that, Lenny Williams. That was, as he was finishing out, he wanted to make sure that that program came to fruition. So hats off to him. And then he passed it over to Kenny Ford, and him and Tanya worked together to get it done.
Okay. All right. Dr. Phillips, you had mentioned, I was trying to find the slide where it mentions that is two centers that are supported. I think it was the PAL.
Oh, and MSK Community Center?
Yes. Yes, those two. So what, or how can we get other centers? Did you say a MOU? Did you say?
Yes, so there's, so currently we have a memorandum of understanding with MSK Community Center and the PAL. The memorandum of understanding we have with the MSK Community Center provides a few different services. They serve as an employer partner for YCD. They also receive that $22,500 for their Safe Haven program. They also are one of our nutrition program sites. And we also provide tutoring there through our Youth and Families Division. So that MOU covers all of those things.
Okay.
Then specifically for the PAL, our partnership there includes the Wilmington Youth Leadership Incubator Program. They serve as a host site for the kids who are in that program. Mm-hmm. They also are a nutrition program site. And we provide a lot of basketball there. So we do a lot of basketball because they have 2 gyms. So that is also written into their MOU.
Okay, so in other words, it has a lot to do with the services that those 2 centers provide to do some of your programming.
Yes, to do some of the programming. And our recreation specialists go over and provide programming at both of those sites along with our education specialist who provides the tutoring at MSK Community Center. We were hoping to expand some of the educational programs to the center that's still People Settlement once that is done. So that's a goal as well.
Awesome.
Yep.
Okay, you answered my question. Any other council members have any questions? Councilmember Willard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question or a comment about question 7A, just reading through all the different programs and all the different people, all the different attendees. You just have a lot of dynamic programming, and I think it's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Just a comment?
And that was just a comment. And then I had a follow-up, Madam Chair.
Sure.
So another comment is that I see the parks here, the updates, and thank you for that. I wanted to just say that the Rodney Reservoir Park, it's in the 5th district. I see it's here listed in the 7th district, but yes.
Oh, typo, sorry.
So I just wanted to, point that out, and, thank you for working so closely with the community on that park. And then my last question, I had one follow-up, one question. Right? Mm-hmm. Thank you, Madam Chair. I see that the Department of Parks and Recreation is one of only 2 departments whose budget has gone down this fiscal year. And just going back to, my first comment about all the amazing program you're doing and all the people that you're reaching, are you being asked to do more with less? And do you, is your budget, you're just doing so much work. How could your budget be going down?
Let's see. How can I answer that question? So programming is what we do. Partnerships is what we do. So we're able to connect with a lot of different program partners who sometimes have their own funding. Now, I will tell you, my dream list is my dream wish. If I had my dream over the next, 3 to 5 years, I would knock William Hicks Anderson Community Center down and start all over again because it deserves it. I absolutely would beautify it, make it everything that it absolutely deserves, and also make sure that the programs, not just the programs, the classrooms in it are more connected, because right now there's no connectivity in the rooms, so you have to move about. But that's my ultimate dream. So if City Council ever wants to give Parks and Recreation $30-40 million, I'll take it. I will not stop you.
Okay.
Can I
Follow up?
Yeah, so I'm really glad, Director Phillips, that you're thinking big, and, thank you for everything you bring to the department, and I hope that we can, work together to meet some of those, that expanded vision.
Thank you.
Ms. Mergler?
Sorry, just a wonky note. A large part of the decrease in the Parks Department was in debt service, so that actually decreased by about 20%. So fortunately, that does seem like an area where, if we are going to do additional capital improvements, that's where you would see that. So at least that does give you a little bit of room to grow.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Oliver?
Thank you. I want to put on the record that for question 2B, Councilwoman Oliver is totally against the Christina Park and all the money that's being spent down there. I think it's shameful that I'm looking at the neighborhood house who has a group of kids over there that's underserved, Eastside Charter. Dr. Mass does a great job, Brass does a great job, and he's not getting any funding with the youth over there that he's been even honored, even out of the state award for the STEM program he has over there. I'm looking at Dr. On Locust Street, the chess club, Maman, I just talked to him. He has all them kids over there, the youth over there. Brown's Boys Club, who could use some additional funding over there. And currently, the administration has spent over probably 200, close to over 100. And if we calculate the 3,030 per week by the end of this year, because it keeps saying we're gonna move them, and we haven't, that would be close to over $3,000. Instead of just Brian, I'm in favor of doing some help for the homeless. And I don't know why we keep calling them the homeless, because they are, what we call them, favorites. What's it called? They're not homeless. They're just moving from state to state. It's a different name.
Unhoused.
Yeah, thank you. I just went on the record because I received a lot of calls, and I know a lot of people said there's coming up here for the next council, so I wanted to put it on the record that I definitely support the individuals from the East Side and Southbridge who have contacted me with all of this spending when we have a lot of youth here that we can put some of this funding into. So I just wanted to put it on the records that I think, all this money that we spent, no one, I can speak for the East Side, we just had a meeting, no one from the East Side has been contacted. That was a big thing in the last meeting. The administration hasn't come out to speak to the residents. And I think it's a shame that we just put this in between two communities who already have hardships. You're talking about zip code 19801, 19801 between Southbridge and the East Side that's had challenges over the years. And to put that in between two minority communities, I think it's a tragedy. And Mike Pizicki spent a lot of money, I say this over and over, millions of dollars on the East Side, ARPA money. You know, you could look at it, $19 million with Habitat, Woodlawn. I mean, the list goes on. And working with several other individuals, we took like 80 or 90 of them, individuals to clean up over on Pine Street by Central Baptist, all in that area, over to Baltimore. Only about 5 or 6 of them came back because they was able to get help. And I'm giving this story to say that I just think it's terrible that the city has put all this money into this park. You cannot make it outside or inside. That's why when we go camping, I'm an outdoors person. You bring your tent and then you go home. Buy a building and put the people in the building, but do not continue to keep putting them in between our communities. I remember Yolanda said she had a building in her district. She's spoken to the mayor about it. I think Kobe might even mention something. I mean, it's buildings around town. Put them in a building. Why do we continue to spend all this money? I'm looking right here, porta pots. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, for me, porta pots, rental cleaning, parks and recreation out there, the challenge program, you're giving them this kind of money to build stuff outside. So when it gets 100 degrees, what we going to do? And nobody's saying nothing. I think it's horrible. So I just want to put it on the record. Take it up to Rockford Park. There's plenty of room up there. I mean, let's even switch. I take them up there a week. You take them down. Since it's just so nice that everybody's spending all this money, and we have all this crime out here that these kids could get in some other programs, or we can use some officers that patrol the area. I done had about 4 shootings in the Northeast area, and nobody's mentioning them. All the focus was on this park, and it's terrible.
Well, thank you, Councilmember
Off my chest.
Oliver. Before you respond, Dr. Phillips.
She don't have to respond. I just made a statement.
Well,
I wasn't asking her. I'm sorry. No.
Okay.
I didn't. I would just say I wanted to get this.
Comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment like she made a comment. So I didn't want her to respond. I just was saying, I don't know if people know. Adams Ford's closed down. 6
Okay,
or 7
all
businesses.
right.
Well, I mean, I was just saying,
Thank
I'm just
you.
putting it out there.
Right.
Because nobody else is saying anything.
No, a
Okay.
lot of people are saying
Well, I
things.
don't hear it. That's why I
Well,
wanted on the, I'm not here to debate with you.
no, I'm not debating. I'm
Okay.
just making a
Okay, so I'm
statement.
done.
Okay, so as it relates to, I just want to follow up, piggyback a little bit off of that statement that was made. And what I want to say is that we're in a very difficult position. And the reason why I say that is because we are hearing what the residents are saying that live in Southbridge, that live on the east side, that does not want that encampment there. And then you have the activists that are out there that are basically, advocating for the encampment, and then they are pretty much directing a lot of questions to the council to do different things. So we're in between a very difficult spot because I'm constantly hearing from the residents, we don't want it. We want to make sure that the administration and the mayor does something about it as soon as possible, etc. So I do understand a little of the frustration that is coming from the council person because I know that I've had a conversation with the administration in terms of Springboard. We talked about Springboard earlier, and I was very clear that before we do anything and make a final decision, that we have to go to the east side and we have to go to Southbridge to hear back from the community. So I know I have been advocating for the community and for the taxpayers and for the people that elected me and the people that elected Council Member Oliver. So I just wanted it to be on record that we're in a catch-22 because, again, like I said, we hear more from the activists because there's a number of people that feel very passionately and strongly about what the solution should be. And those are the voices I think that Councilmember Oliver could be related to in terms of those voices seem like they're the loudest versus the voices that are trying to come up with a solution that will be a win-win that we can get our park back. Because just this week, I got a phone call regarding when can they do kickball back in the park again. So those are the conversations that I'm talking about, that I get the phone calls, I get the emails, and it's from the people that pay taxes. This is the messages that they share with me. I pay taxes. That park belongs to the community. When are the city council? They bring up the city council. So I just wanted to just share with you that these are the things that are happening right now and the position that we're in. So, Councilmember Owens.
Yes. With all that being said, I do want to take a moment to say thank you to the city staff. Take us out of it, take the directors out of it, the people who sit up in the offices. Our city staff has continued to deliver city services for everyone who's in our boundaries, and that means the individuals who are over at Christina Park. They continue to show up. They continue to keep it clean over there as best as possible. So I do want to say thank you to them. When it comes to this debate about what is going on in Christina Park, there's been a lot of discussion on this. This is something that came out of the mayor's task force on homelessness. And the reason that happened was because this park was already being occupied by a large number of individuals for years prior to the mayor finally saying, okay, this is what we're going to do in this park and we're going to bring some structure here. So it has been going on for some time now, just to give a little background on it. But I think if we're looking at this from a financial perspective, if we're worried about a little less than 300, well, maybe around like $320,000. If that is making or breaking the city, I think we need to take re-examine the city budget and make some amendments to what is being proposed, like getting rid of the rental cap that we have here that stops after a certain level. That, again, it's germane to this because it's financial.
Not
we can
rent,
also
Not rent.
not rent. It's the cap per rental unit So we don't get fees once it hits a certain number. So there's buildings here that aren't paying for 100% of their units.
But that's what I'm saying, Councilmember Owens. That is not relevant to Parks and Recreation and Christina Park.
It's relevant to how we get the money.
But that is the topic here is Parks and Recreation. And I mean, I understand your
just brought up what
passion
was in there,
about it, but continue.
I'm just saying, if we needed additional money, there's ways in the budget to go about getting that additional money. I know we're having a budget hearing right now, but again, making some amendments and also working with the state as well too, to cover some additional costs and bring in some additional revenue into the city. But I think right now, morally, us, especially me as a man of faith, I think we have a moral responsibility to take care of all our citizens, regardless of if they have a house or not, but if they're in our city boundaries, that we have to continue to show up. And I think that's something, regardless of their faith, I think that is something that city employees has continued to do and shown leadership there, and I think we should follow their lead.
Madam Chair, this was not about.
Well, hold on.
I'm sorry, yeah, because
You would like to speak?
please, I'm sorry.
Councilmember
And I'm
Oliver?
gonna let this go. It wasn't about faith. This was what I just saw on the screen. Want to put it on the record that Councilman Kobe Owens and the Tish Bracy are on that homeless task force. So I get that question a lot too. So I just want to, and I'm done with it. I just mentioned it because we've been talking about it in the mayor's office. We've been in meetings, and it was presented, and I didn't want her to go through it. I was just expressing what's been going on because it's in our communities.
Right.
And I'm done with that.
So there was I would like Councilmember Owens to clarify, what do you mean about $300,000 that's needed? Needed for what?
Right. It wasn't.
For
No, so if you, sorry, Madam Chair, I was just estimating the average cost of what everything on question A, 2A, what it adds up to be. And that was just quick math. I may be off by a few thousand.
Can you read the question for 2A for me? Because I don't have it. Let's see.
No, he was just saying, when I mentioned about the park, what they're spending on it.
Yeah, I
Okay,
was
the
just
amount of
putting
money
numbers
that was spent on the.
So far, yeah.
Okay,
that's
the
all.
amount of money that was spent on the park. Okay, and I don't think that was her
wasn't the
issue, the amount. I think
At all.
the fact that it was spent, period, whether it was $25, I think that's part of what was being communicated.
right.
But of course, this is a budget hearing where we have to respect each other's comments and each other's opinions. And I want to say that I believe we all have a heart for those that are out there. But I want to say that since the state of Delaware, they have the funding, they have they even put out something last month regarding their goal is to end homelessness, and they have these number of programs. My concern is, why would the city consider looking for housing and looking for a shelter when the state of Delaware have the funding to do it, and they released a communication that this is what they're doing. So when we look at our budget, and in terms of going forward, in terms of solutions and things of that nature, I think we should remind people that it is the state's responsibility. Housing is their responsibility. Health and public health and social services is the state. So I think we can move on. Any other council member, Willard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I think we need a comprehensive approach to addressing the housing situation in Wilmington. It's obviously not in anybody's goal to solve our housing crisis by having people live in Christina Park or any of our parks. And so I just wanted to say that I think that we need to do better than creating a place for people to live in the park. We need to be creating a place so that everybody has a home inside.
I agree with that 100%. I agree that we should make sure that the unhoused we should do our best to get them where they need to be it services, be it housing, etc. And it's not a one solution. It's not a silver bullet. But for the record, I believe I agree with you 100%. And I do believe that there are conversations, obviously, that are going on with the different municipalities. When you look at the state, they put out a press release a month ago to address this very problem that we're talking about right now. So I believe that those conversations are happening, and we all do care about the unhoused. It's just a matter of how we're going to solve it together. So I'm going to push it out to the public at this time. We have two people that's signed up for public comment, Ms. Jean Messick and Ms. Leah Small. So first, Ms. Jean Messick.
Hi there. I'm Gene Messick. I work with the unhoused at Christina Park in District 4. I came with a list of things that I was going to ask for that the park would really need. And just, hearing Councilmember Oliver's comment really kind of takes the heart out. Nobody out there wants to live outside. Nobody out there wants you to be spending all this money on tents that they don't want and platforms that soak their clothes and all of this crap that you're putting out there for the sake of aesthetics and uniformity because two neighborhood associations told you they wanted it to look nice. You know what people need? They need to be safe in their beds. We have 60 people out there living right now, okay? And they're all afraid to go to the bathroom at night because it's dark and there are people coming out with cameras and peeping in at them when they're using the restrooms, okay? This is not okay. Nobody out there wants to be out there. We had a homelessness task force over the summer. We had Springboard Delaware come over and talk about connecting people with services and putting people in tiny homes and having a turnaround for how quickly they could be connected with services and connected with housing. And you all decided that cost wasn't worth it. We're already a significant portion of the way towards the cost that just bringing in Springboard in the first place would have done it. Now here we are, almost a year later after this task force came to its fruition, and we're talking about it again. You want to talk about government waste? You want to talk about budget waste? It's your fault. There are real solutions to housing, and you should be supporting them. These people are your citizens. They live within your city boundaries. Many of them have jobs. Many of them pay taxes. You need to listen to them too. If you would, please turn the lights on down by the piers. The people need them to be able to navigate to the restrooms safely. There are also 3 utility poles in both parking lots that could use additional lighting so that people feel safe using the restrooms at night. Thank you so much. And also, I'm really glad to hear that you're putting in a permanent bathroom. That's sorely needed.
Thank you.
Y'all have a...
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Just have a good evening.
All right. You too. Thank you very much. Leah Small. Leah Small. Okay. I'm going to bring it back to the council members before I go back to the public. I just want to make sure that there are no other council members that have a comment at this time. Leah Small. Okay, looks like we have another person, Brandon Fletcher. Brandon Fletcher.
Hi, Councilwoman Harley. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. I want to speak directly to the situation at Christina Park. But first, I really want to thank Councilmember Oliver for raising this issue on the east side. Because the city's decision to allow tents is being framed as a solution, but it's really not. It's a reflection of a system that has failed to actually provide people housing in Wilmington. Um, it's really sad that we're normalizing people living in tents as an acceptable outcome of public policy using public dollars. And I just want to be clear about something. You know, the city, you said the city can't fully address housing without the state. And that's true, but it's a shared responsibility. So at the same time, the city can allocate $20 million to developers to build housing without requiring that it be permanently affordable. So we have to ask, like, what are we prioritizing? Because if we can invest millions of public dollars, we should be able to use that leverage to guarantee long-term affordability, not just hoping that it trickles down. What we're seeing at the park is a result of those choices. Rising rents, you know, displacement, rising costs with water, utilities, and not enough deeply affordable housing. So if the city is going to allow people to stay there, then there should be real commitments behind that decision. First, that means investing in permanent supportive housing and using vacant city-owned properties, of which there are hundreds across this city, to actually bring units online. The other thing is you prevent people from ending up there. That means supporting rent stabilization, funding emergency rental assistance for people. And third, if people are living there right now, they deserve dignity. So they need access to bathrooms, showers, trash services, all of that stuff that the city can do. Other cities have done it. And so I just want to say Wilmington can do better. You can use public dollars and city-owned vacant properties to provide more affordable transitional and permanent supportive housing. We shouldn't be, building a system that we should be building a system that gets people in homes, not leaving them in tents. And so I just encourage y'all to really take a deep look at the power you have. Don't just talk about it and say, oh, how did the city do this? But you have the power now to allocate funds, to amend the budget. Just because the mayor puts a budget out there doesn't mean you have to vote for it the way it is. Change it. Listen to your constituents. Invest in permanent supportive housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we break for 10 minutes, I just wanted to be on the record that the $16 million that is going towards developers is for developers that will be building affordable housing only. I know that just the word developers is getting the money, but the key word is affordable housing, and they have to be building affordable housing to qualify for the $16 million. And also for those of us that attend civic association meetings on a regular basis, we've been hearing for the last 5-6 years that the community wants affordable housing. So I do believe two things can be right in terms of the state working with the budget that they're working with to help with rental assistance, to help with the homelessness issue that we have in the city of Wilmington, working with affordable housing. That sounds like a win-win to me, with partnerships from both municipalities. The state providing the funds, they get the funds for housing. That's one of the reasons why we're looking to them to do the housing part of this particular equation. And the city of Wilmington is working to provide more affordable housing, which, again, as I stated, what I'm hearing from the constituents that I represent, that's what they're asking for. So it sounds like that we are working together, and I think we are going to continue to support and advocate for both helping the homeless and making sure that we have more affordable housing. So at this time, I would like to thank Mr. Nahid Hussain, the OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst, and Dr. Melody Phillips, Director of Parks and Recreation, as well as the entire OMB team. And any follow-up information, we're asking that you provide it to Ms. Bass Knight. And again, Dr. Phillips, Yes, you have, yes.
I just wanted to, I know there's a lot of talk about Christina Park, and I just would be remiss if I did not thank, if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank my park maintenance staff. My park
Yes.
maintenance staff are absolutely phenomenal, and they do a great job with the guys who work on the crews, from Kenny Ford to LaShawn Grinnell. They are the ones that are down there and making sure that the trash is not overflowing. You know, sometimes they have picked up hazardous materials,
Yes.
and so I just want to really, really thank them and take that into consideration, because that does not go unnoticed. What Councilwoman Owen said was really touched me, because a lot of times we overlook what the crews are doing when they go down there, and it's not just us. Public Works helps out as well, and so I just want to thank them for all that work that they do in trying to, and they work with a lot of the residents who are living at the park currently, and the guys will call them, hey, the trash, can you come help pick it up and everything, so I just really wanted to thank them for that, so thank you.
Thank you, and I agree with you 100% that that was something that needed to be shared, and they are doing a great job. And thank you, Dr. Phillips, and your leadership team for providing that leadership as well. And thank you once again for the presentation. And again, we're going to break for 10 minutes. We will be back at 6:32, and our next budget hearing is Economic and Development Department. Thank you very much. Chief of Staff for Mayor Carney, Saron Cade. Chief of Staff Simmons, Deputy Chief of Staff Mayor Carney, Stephanie Mergler. Financial Controller, Legislative Admin Assistant Ajay English. Office of Economic Development Director Sean Park. Office of Management and Budget, and members of the public. I am calling to order the Finance Committee budget hearing for the Mayor's Office of Economic Development as we are just resuming from a 10-minute break. I am Finance Chair Michelle Harley, and I will be chairing this budget hearing this evening. I would first like to start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee. Vice Chair Bracy.
Present.
Councilmember Oliver.
Present.
Councilmember Darby. Councilmember Hackett. Councilmember Spadola. And President Trippy Congo. I would also like to recognize any other council persons present by doing a roll call. Councilmember Owens.
Present.
Councilmember Cabrera. Councilmember Willard. Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Field. And Councilmember McCoy. I would first like to inform everyone that public comments will be asked at the end of each department's budget hearing, and that we look forward for participation from the public. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. If there is any follow-up information during any of the budget hearings, Ms. Basnight will track and follow up on those requests. The budget hearings are limited due to time constraints, and I ask if all can be mindful and respectful of time. All budget questions should be of a fiscal, budgetary matter only, and will be limited based upon time limitations. I ask that if my colleagues have any questions, please raise your hand. It is intended for each department to present, then questions will be slated afterwards. Finance members will be acknowledged first, then other council members, followed by the public at the end of the presentation. Each council member is allotted 2 questions and 2 follow-ups. Again, questions from Finance Committee members will be acknowledged first. I now would like to turn it over to Mr. Winkler, the OMB Deputy Director, to provide a financial overview, then followed by Director Park, as well as for a question and answer session with council. This hearing is tentatively slated for 90 minutes. Mr. Winkler.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chair, and good evening, members of council. Today I'll be providing an overview of the FY2027 Office of Economic Development budget. Could I get the first slide, please?
Okay.
All right, so the proposed FY27 budget, which includes the Small and Minority Business Enterprise Office, or SMBEO, is slightly more than 1.2 million. This is up 373,000. So I'm just looking at these numbers, and they do not seem to.
Does something need to be corrected?
Yeah, I'm just seeing if these numbers are correct on this slide.
Okay. Do you want to come back to this?
Yeah, we may
slide?
actually need to come back to this slide.
Okay.
Could you go to the next slide, please?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So this looks correct. So let's see. So the major changes for this year. So total salaries and benefits are up nearly $38,000. This is mainly due to employee steps and COLAs, along with increases to hospitalization costs. Total MS&E is unchanged from FY26, though this is actually net of 2 changes. First, there's an additional $10,000 that was added to support additional city-oriented advertising in local and regional publications, as well as online. However, this was fully offset by a $10,000 decrease in grants to agencies, as the city will no longer be providing funding to True Access Capital. The largest change in FY27 is a $335,000 increase to debt service. Of this, approximately $94,000 is due to the new borrowing that occurred in FY26, with the remainder due to changes in the existing debt service schedule. And finally, the SMBEO budget is unchanged for FY26 at a little under $23,000. And we will get back to that original slide. I'll check on that and just make sure those numbers are correct.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. We're going to move on to the next slide for departmental overview.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair and members
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of City Council for the opportunity to present our budget to you. My name is Sean Park. I'm the Director for the Office of Economic Development. I'm joined by James Williams, who's a Small and Minority Business Development Manager, as well as Peter Weir, who's the Economic Development Project Manager. Our departmental vision, broadly stated, is that we are committed to grow a diversified local economy that attracts new investments, talent, and opportunities for residents. We do that by working with both large and small businesses, encouraging investments in strategic industries and locations, and coordinating products and services with state and local partners to attract more tax revenue to our city. We'll go to the next slide, please. Our priorities as an office are to increase city revenue tax base through new jobs and private investments, and improve the quality of life for residents. And we also want to prioritize completing DBE program updates, which will be discussed more in detail in question 6.
Okay. So you want to, let's see here, your top priorities, and then maybe there's something different here. Understanding the 5-year revenue and expenditure projections show expenditures for outpacing revenues for FY27 to FY30. And FY27 general proposed budget uses $25.7 million of the tax stabilization fund. Can you please share how this budget aligns with closing any potential gaps? You can answer A and B.
Sure. So OED's goal is to increase wage tax revenue and property tax revenue in order to offset the expenditure projections that the city is facing. These two revenue sources collectively represent over 60% of city tax revenues that are projected. We aim to increase the wage tax through business attraction, retention, and expansion efforts, specifically utilizing our strategic fund to accomplish that end. And we also hope to increase property tax revenue by activating underutilized parcels, investing in infrastructure improvements that attract private investment. And of note, I just want to state that the wage tax revenue has been trending well in the last 3 years. Since FY22, the wage tax revenue has increased 16.6%. From $63 million to $73 million projected in FY26. Now, regarding expenditures, OED proposes no increases in MSNE for FY27. The only high-level addition is for the request of $4 million in strategic funds, with $1 million set aside for small and minority-owned businesses in order to aid in business attraction, retention, and expansion efforts. As previously noted, there will be $10,000 transferred from grants to agencies to advertising due to a potential merger with True Access Capital, which was the organization that was mentioned. And also for context, on the history of the Office of Economic Development, we have reduced our staffing from 9 employees in FY15 to 5 employees in FY25. So I just wanted to state that to show that we're running kind of a lean operation given the historical context of this office.
Okay. All right, we're going to move to question number 2. In FY 2025, Council approved $10 million for the relocation of the Delaware Law School and DSU nursing program to the Bracebridge 2 building. Can you please share the return on investment, including tangibles and intangibles? And A, letter A.
Yes. So the direct benefits for the bridge at Bracebridge 2. This is estimated to be a $60 million development project with $39 million in construction costs. And doing the math in one-time tax revenues for the city comes to $780,000 in construction payroll tax and permit fees, and ongoing city revenue projections of $264,000 per year from the 316 projected employees, subject to the wage and head tax. Now, indirectly, this project is also projected to attract 2,350 students to utilize the bridge project, and utilizing data from the University of Delaware on the ancillary spending in the city of Newark. So this includes off-campus food, entertainment, transportation, and personal supplies. That University of Delaware studies show that each student spends roughly $4,338 per year in the local municipality on these ancillary spends. And if we translate that average spend to the 2,350 students, that brings us to a total of $10,194,817 per year in ancillary spending in the city.
Okay. All right. Question number 3. Considering the $4 million transfer from the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund to the Economic Development Strategic Fund, which $1 million is allocated for the Small Minority Business Development Program, while Council has provided $1,675,000 to the Small Minority, 1.675, I believe that is.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
they didn't finish with the insight piece for, they only
Okay.
did Bracebridge.
Okay, so we need to go back to letter A. As a result of the recent changes with Insight, can you specify the return of investment to the city and share how the $5 million will be allocated to the city? Thank you, Vice Chair Bracy.
So Insight's revised employment agreement with the city of Wilmington is still being negotiated, but what I can share is that Insight signed a 10-year lease at Bracebridge 1 for 80,000 square feet of office space and are projecting 200 jobs at that location. And based on average salary figures, the annual wage and head tax revenue is projected to be $462,169 from those 200 jobs. And following the revised agreement execution, the $5 million returned will be allocated to $3.5 million in state bond bill funds returned to the city and $1.5 million returned to UDAG.
Okay, awesome. Okay, now we can move on to question number 3. Considering the $4 million transfer from the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund to the Economic Development Strategic Fund, which $1 million is allocated for the Small Minority Business Development Program, while Council has provided the $1.675 to the Small Minority Business Development Program. Since inception, please share the planned use for these funds with the anticipated return on investment and the projected time frame for use. And it looks like we have letters A through G.
All right. So first, I wanted to answer parts A, B, and E taken together because it provides an opportunity to provide an overview of our products and services. And these are products that are available to both large and small businesses. So the first question is on how we notify businesses. We use the following methods. First is regular meetings with our community partners. This includes quarterly meetings with Northeast CDC, Cornerstone West CDC, Downtown Visions, regular meetings with the Newcastle County Chamber of Commerce, the Delaware Black Chamber of Commerce. We also work closely with our CDFI partners, WEDCO, DCDC, Traxxas Capital, the Grow Wilmington Fund. We advertise our products and services with our office website, which is choosewilmingtonde.org. And we also take referrals from council members and interdepartmental kind of referrals. And then the table at the bottom of this slide provides an overview of all of these products and services, starting with the strategic fund. As mentioned, the small business development set aside. We have incentives for employment attraction, expansion, and retention. So these attraction, retention, expansion funds are primarily targeting large employers in order to grow the city's wage tax base, and we commit these large contracts to a certain amount of payroll or full-time employees and implement clawback provisions in case those metrics aren't met. Our strategic fund can also help spur on additional private investment in property through architecture and engineering grants and facade improvements. And I also want to point out that assistance with small businesses utilizing the set aside, we spend our operating dollars, specifically our consulting line, to provide business needs assessment so that they can understand better the pathway to expand as a business, and also provide a structured approach to a grant agreement with the city's strategic fund so that there's some clear outcomes that are identified and a clear strategy behind those use of funds. Okay. Moving on to operating funds. Oh, sorry, I was still on the previous slide. Yep, this one. I mentioned our consulting budget being used for business needs assessments. We are also making a big investment from this line into a strategic plan with Newcastle County that's going to update the economic development strategic plan from 2014 and specifically focus on attracting private investment to commercial corridors. Advertising could be used for promotion of city events, including events like Black Restaurant Week, and also produce publication directed towards site selectors or increasing tourism. And we also coordinate state incentives, including the Downtown Development District, and incentives offered by the Delaware Prosperity Partnership and the Division of Small Business. Our office also manages component units of the city, including the Wilmington UDAC Corporation, which is funded through federal grants that were issued from the 1970s and can be used for property acquisition and redevelopment of distressed properties. And finally, we partner with local community development financial institutions, as previously mentioned, WEDCO, Traxxas, and Grow Wilmington Fund. The next slide will cover our strategic fund infusions and expenditures and a district breakdown. This is in response to parts C and D of question 3. So I'll turn the floor over to Peter Weir, who's been working with finance to assemble these numbers.
All right,
Thank you, Director Park, Madam Chair, members of council. Excuse us a little busy, but our first look at the table on the left, it shows the infusions that we've received to our strategic fund since FY21. We've broken them up into general strategic fund and the small minority business set aside. As you can see, it's been pretty busy over the last few years. We received a total of $1.7 million for our general fund and $1.5 million for our small minority business fund. And then you can see our proposed $4 million injection that for this upcoming fiscal year. If you go to the top right table, this breaks down our strategic fund spending over the last, or since FY21. Broken up between general and small business. In total over those years, we spent about $1.5 million in both of those lines. And I apologize, the total for our total spend, it's a typo we caught after we sent this to you. Our apologies. But the actual total we've spent since FY21 is $3,093,114. The final one is the breakdown of businesses that we've assisted through the strategic fund by district. It's been 74 total since FY21, and there's representations from all districts. Next slide, please. And then the table above shows our wage taxes collected from our strategic fund businesses. So the main
I'm
return.
sorry,
Yes.
Mr. Weir. You mentioned by district. I'm missing something maybe You mentioned something by district?
Yes, it's on the bottom right
Yeah, on the
table.
bottom right,
Okay, maybe my pages are mixed up.
strategic fund
on-
expenditure since FY21 by district.
It's on the screen. It's not,
I know I wanted to,
it's not in there.
one
We-
person.
Yeah, Madam Chair, you have the updated copy.
I
Printed-
don't?
Right, you have the updated printed copy. That
Okay,
has it on the bottom. Thank you.
okay. Thank you, everybody. Okay, you can proceed.
So our main metric for return on investment for our strategic fund is wage taxes brought into the city. We have a breakdown. This data is also collected via calendar year with the tax calendar as opposed to fiscal, but we have the last 4 years on here. With calendar year 25, we received $10,096,648, and that goes up against our total spend of about $1.3 million between FY26 and FY25, which would encompass most of the calendar year 25. If you look at our absolute total wage tax received from our strategic fund businesses, we're at $168,900,819, and that is out of a strategic fund investment over its entire life of $19.5 million. I will turn on the next part of this question to James Williams.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you, council members. So the question regarding ROI for small businesses was a little bit, you can stay on the previous slide, please. Perfect. Is a little bit more complex than perhaps for the large businesses or larger projects. There's not a simple formula to determine a return on investment for small businesses. Oftentimes, these businesses don't have many employees, or they're not generating wage taxes that would result in a measurable return. So I want to provide a couple of examples to demonstrate how we would analyze a potential investment for a small business. 3 examples that I pulled here span going back about 5 years and forward since. The first being a daycare center, which was one of the first businesses I provided a grant to back in 2021. This business was looking to expand into the city, and they needed some support for some of the internal fit-outs and some roofing repairs that needed to be done. They had made a roughly greater than $2,000 investment into the property down on Lincoln Street, and they've that initial investment, the initial strategic fund grant, helped them to open their doors and to be able to take on even more children to care for. So since 2021, just following up with them recently in preparation for this, we learned that they've opened another location here in the city, which would be their 3rd location in total, 2 of those being here in the city. Down in the downtown area, down on Walnut Street, they've generated roughly $25,000 worth of wage taxes. So, they have generated some wage taxes, but nothing like what we would see for a 200 employee type of operation. But there is certainly a return which is less tangible than perhaps you would see for a larger project. The second example would be the project at the Warner on the corner of 10th and Orange Street. This was a longtime vacant property. Property that had some historical significance to it. A minority contractor, minority developer, was able to acquire the property and had ambitions to turn it into apartment units and keep the businesses on the ground level on 10th Street. This office provided in total roughly $200,000 worth of strategic funding back in 2020, including an architecture and engineering grant, in addition to some signage over the years for the businesses that were on the ground level. In addition to also, they took advantage of the Downtown Development District rebate program. So considerable amount of funding that they were able to layer to help that project to move forward. All in all, this developer invested over $2 million into that property to turn it into a feasible 6 apartment unit building with 2 commercial businesses on the ground floor. So it's a very successful, success story of a project that the city supported from the beginning for a minority developer. This developer is currently working on rehabilitating the next door property, which is Eden Hall. So we hope to see continued success, and we will continue to support this this great developer that we have here in the city. And lastly, a more recent example, which would be a business that had a very unique concept where they wanted to bring a kind of create your own candle business here to, once again, in the downtown area. It just happens to be downtown, but sort of on the outer boundary of downtown, down on Washington Street. They had made a roughly $300,000 investment to rehabilitate, I believe it was 6 apartment units on the upper floors, and then the 2 commercial spaces downstairs, which had been vacant for at least 5 years. The old watch shop, I think, had moved out somewhere just before COVID, if I'm not mistaken. Initially, we began with a roughly $9,000 architecture and engineering grant to help offset some of the costs associated with some of the changes they had to make to the commercial spaces and the apartments. After about a year of operating, they came to us with some ambitions to do some additional interior fit outs and some changes they needed to make for ADA compliance. So we provided an additional grant, bringing their total up to about $34,000. So once again, our investment is a fraction of the total investment that these developers and builders and entrepreneurs are making into their space. So just wanted to kind of illustrate what a return on investment, sort of how we calculate that return for small businesses.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on to 3D. You have a list of small minority-owned businesses on the slide.
Yeah, so this is a short list of the new small minority-owned businesses that we are aware of that have opened in the past year or two. We don't have a purely clean source of this information, but we are, of course, we try to stay abreast and on top of any new businesses that are opening in the city. So as you can see, we've had a healthy number of businesses. I believe this is just the past 12 months even. To try to do something like that for 5 years, we'd have a pretty extensive list. But as you can see, we've seen a lot of great investment from small business owners and entrepreneurs, particularly those owned by folks of color, opening in the past, we'll say 12 to 18 months.
Okay. And you want to say anything about question 3F?
Yes.
Okay. Yep, so 3F asked us to compare our incentive suite to comparable cities in the area. For this, we chose Trenton, New Jersey, Frederick, Maryland, Lancaster, PA, and New Haven, Connecticut. These were chosen for relative similar size to Wilmington, their location within interstate corridors, and their relative proximity to large metro areas. As you can see, a lot of these have some form of tax abatement, tax relief for businesses, as well as grants for facade improvements. While the mechanisms for many of these incentives are a little different than ours, they function generally in the same way. When you look at our tax abatement and our grants for facade improvements and architectural work, any of these incentives that are offered by these cities that our office does not, we usually find a parallel by leveraging some of our relationships with local partners to offer similar opportunities to local business, like small business loans. Overall, though, the one unique difference between Wilmington and these other cities in our incentives is our strategic fund. Our strategic fund gives us flexibility to work with a variety of different businesses to address specific business issues that these other incentives that the other cities offer might not be able to address. And then ultimately moving forward, we are also waiting for further recommendations on potentially improving our business suite after the completion of the city and county economic development strategic plan.
Okay. 3F. Or I'm sorry, 3G.
Yes, this is a question on the Grow Wilmington Fund. This was a fund launched in 2014, and since the fund was launched, there have been $4,997,000 in total loans made across 9 Wilmington businesses, representing 83 jobs, and there are $812,984,000 in funds available to invest. But I do want to highlight the average loan size is $555,222, meaning that these aren't small, like just startup businesses. These are somewhat mature businesses that are ready for their next growth, their next expansion. And for those smaller or earlier stage businesses, We have WEDCO, which provides loans for $50,000 and under. We have True Access Capital, which targets $50,000 to $250,000. And so I just want to remind council of the other funding partners that we have. And another success of the Grow Wilmington Fund is it's inspired other Grow America funds in Delaware, notably Grow Delaware Fund in 2017, which allocated $5 million in loan funds, and then the Grow Newcastle County Fund, which was launched in April of 2023, which dedicated another $5 million. So Wilmington businesses can also qualify for these funds, even after these funds are spent.
Okay. So we're going to move on to question number 5.
I think it's question 4.
I'm sorry, I got 2 separate kind of
okay.
pieces of information here, and I'm getting a little, so can you hold on for a second?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. We got some updates here. All right, so we're going to go to question number 4. Okay. Can you please discuss the growth rate for new business and new jobs within the city over the last 3 years, and whether this budget provides adequate funding and resources?
Yeah, the best data source that we have comes from the Delaware Department of Labor report on Wilmington based on their quarterly census of employment and wages. However, one drawback of this data set is that there's a lag in when this data is reported. So the latest numbers that we have are from Q4 of 2024. So I'll be speaking on the years 2022, 2023, and 2024, as we can track the growth over these 3 years. And across all industries, employment in the city of Wilmington increased by 3,118 employees. That's from 47,305 to the current number, which is 50,423. And payroll increased during this time by a total of $180 million. The top industries by employment are finance and insurance, professional and technical services, government and healthcare, and social assistance. And collectively, these 4 industries represent roughly 66% of the 50,423 jobs in Wilmington. Just looking at trends here in terms of the sectors that grew the largest during this time period, wholesale trade increased by 93% in employment and 58% in payroll increase, reflecting Wilmington's strategic location and East Coast logistics position and the increased port operations at the Port of Wilmington. Second, real estate and rental and leasing increased by 37% in employments and 57% in payroll, supported by the residential development, the conversions, and leasing activity in the city. Arts, entertainment, and recreation increased by 29% in employment and 27% by payroll increase. And this is supported by the Wilmington's arts community, entertainment options, such as the 76ers Fieldhouse, as well as businesses like Light Action Pine Box, which provides support for performing acts in the region. And then finally, healthcare and social assistance increased by 24% in employment and 36% in payroll increase, which aligns with the state projections for an increase in healthcare as a top growth sector going into 2030. So these points that I just made are summarized in the next slide, but I just wanted you all to see the data because this is a full picture of what we have from the Department of Labor.
Okay, and then there's letters A and B specifying per district and by any small minority businesses
Yes, so A, I believe, asked about,
per district.
sorry for question 4.
4A,
I didn't see an A in question 4. Question 4 was asking about the growth rate.
okay. Okay, so you don't have that on your copy? Specifying it by districts and any small minority businesses?
Not for question 4.
Oh, not for question 4.
Okay. All right, well, we're going to move
Apologies.
to number 5.
Yeah.
Okay, because you did answer the main question. So question number 5, with the passage of SB 33, which basically authorizes large municipalities to designate downtown development corridors, can you please share if this budget provides the necessary funding and resources for any incentives? Now, I have A through D. Do you
Yeah,
have that?
I got that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, so what we know with SB 33 is that it was signed by the governor in September of 2025, but the Office of State Planning Coordination has not yet produced the guidelines around the corridor program to the municipalities. And we'll need these guidelines in order to develop the city corridor district plan, which would need to be presented to council, reviewed, and approved in order to be implemented. What we do know is their definition of downtown means any portion of a city, town, or unincorporated area that traditionally comprises of its central business district. So the corridor cannot be that, cannot meet that definition. Now, what we don't know is, and these are the questions that I have for the Office of State Planning Coordination, is what are the additional acreages that are associated with this increase? Because we are currently at 274, that was 0.64, which leaves us with 0.36 acres left. So with our current acreage, we don't have enough for an expansion in corridors. And I would also want to know more on the state funding that's available for the DDD, given that this program has increased from, starting in 2015, there were 3 districts that had DDDs and roughly 446 acres across all 3 districts. Currently, there are 15 districts and roughly 2,000 acres across the entire state. Now, the funding has increased slightly from $7 million in 2015 to $10 million in FY 2026. But we are seeing in the last year, in FY25, an oversubscription of the funding that's available. The DED rebates issued increased from 4.3 million in FY24 to 8.1 million in FY25. So we've been seeing some applications that are eligible and fit our priority projects that have been denied because of lack of funding. And so that's one of the questions that I have. And to me, that's the most pertinent question when it comes to advancing our DDD outreach. Now, the way we do marketing is that we work in partnership with land use and planning, and we take a proactive approach in terms of the permits that are pulled. If the permit is pulled for a property within the eligible DDD boundaries and is over the minimum threshold of $25,000, we provide a mailer included with that permit application that has information on the DDD, contacts to both of our respective offices, and then we can follow up if they need assistance in applying. And in fact, we also have a consultant that we use to assist small and large applications that are unfamiliar with the DDD process, and to kind of coach them through it, gather the financial documents, and make sure they apply on time. So that's how we do our marketing. And then for the incentives that are available that pair with the DDD, these are incentives that I mentioned previously and are offered also outside of the DDD boundaries. But we offer our strategic fund, A&E feasibility, infrastructure and site improvement, property tax abatement, connections to WEDCO and UDAG as needed. But these incentives were approved by the Office of State Planning Coordination in 2023. Now, one element to this question that isn't DDD related is regarding the opportunity zones. And from what we know now, there are 17 Wilmington census tracts that are eligible to apply. The applications are due to the state on May 15th next month. But Governor Meyer will make the nominations to the U.S. Treasury by the end of September. And so we know there's 25 census tracts that can be selected throughout the entire state. I would like to see as many Wilmington census tracts to be eligible as possible. We currently have 8, but we will, make that nomination to the governor's office and see what feedback that they provide. But in general, opportunity zones can spur additional private investment by allowing investors to defer, reduce, and potentially eliminate taxes on capital gains by reinvesting them in a qualified opportunity zone fund. And opportunity zones are typically areas that are designated low income, meaning 20% poverty rate, or I think it was a 70% area median income. So these are designations that are federally set, and we are just responding to the 17 options that are available within Wilmington.
Okay. D? I think you kind of wrapped that up.
Yeah, D was on the opportunity zones.
Okay, all righty. All right, so we're going to move on to question number 6. Considering that OED's fiscal year 2027 budget totals $1.5 million, can you please share if this budget provides the necessary funding and resources to address some of council's budget priorities? And you can answer letters A through E.
Absolutely. So I'll start with letter A. So for the disparity study report, the proposed budget is sufficient for us to manage any of the changes we're pursuing. Previous years, we did have a cost associated with the changes. The first being bringing in B2G Now to modernize our application process. Then the next year, we brought in another module of B2G Now to allow us to do contract compliance, to track how timely payments were being made to our DDE subcontractors. Both of those expenses were shifted under the IT budget, so there's no real material cost for us there with regard to anything addressing the disparity study recommendations. The recommendations that we have put forth, which we covered in last month's committee hearing, are basically legislative changes and policy and procedure changes, which we've been working internally on the procedural side to see where we can have real impacts on DBE businesses who are operating with the city. The main focus has been on accelerating payments to DBEs who are participating as subcontractors, but then also some things that we've done to open up some of the internal opportunities to DBEs through having things like our DBE Day circuit that we've been doing and things of that nature. So to answer the question with regard to the disparity study, there are no anticipated costs that our operational budget would need to address outside of the normal consulting and things of that nature that we do from time to time.
Okay, and letter B?
Letter B, yes. So with regards to DBE program goals, so the DBE program doesn't establish necessarily participation goals per department, if I'm understanding the question correctly. Rather, city code stipulates that anybody bidding on city projects make good faith efforts to provide any subcontracts, or should I say, to market subcontracting opportunities to our DBE businesses. So what we are doing is working with departments on the underbid threshold projects, where we've identified there to be some great opportunities to increase access for DBEs to those kind of discretional projects. So those are projects where they would source 3 quotes from the public for products that are under the $60,000 threshold. To date, in order to do this, we've hosted so far 2 DBE days, one with Public Works just about a year ago, and then most recently we hosted a DBE day with 4 departments, those being licenses and inspections, real estate and housing, land use and planning, and emergency management, where we hosted over collectively 50 DBE businesses who came up to the city lobby to meet with decision makers from each of those departments. With Public Works, there were 11 divisions. Division leaders from each of those teams were there, and they brought the opportunities that they were anticipating to be upcoming, where they could discuss those opportunities, what the needs are, with the attendees who were, again, DBE businesses. The DBEs had a chance to kind of market their business, pitch their business to the decision makers directly. And as I mentioned, we recently, just last month, hosted our second DBE day with some of the lesser known departments who also have opportunities and who also communicate to us, when they have needs that they've been having trouble fulfilling, or maybe having trouble meeting DBEs to fulfill some of those needs. And I can say that specifically with the last one that we just most recently did with was very encouraging to see each of the departments walk away with lists of businesses that they had met and that they have, should I say, ideas of where they could match them to particular real-time projects that they anticipate a need for businesses to satisfy those types of projects that fall under $60,000. So I think there were a lot of great connections that were made, and we're going to continue this series with the next one being with our Department of Parks and Recreation, which is scheduled for May 6th. So we'll have another event where we'll have the 4 or 5 divisions within Parks and Rec host an exhibit table, talk specifically about the opportunities that they have coming up, educate our DBs a little bit about what type of work they need, what they're looking for, what they're having trouble fulfilling, and create connections directly with the decision makers from that department.
I just need to ask this real quick. Can you make sure council is aware of all this that you're doing for as the next meeting that?
Absolutely, yeah. We would love to, have your help with getting the word out, spreading the word. So yeah, we'll continue to do that.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move to C. Promote. You want to respond to C, letter C?
Okay, well, I think the next slide is covering D.
Yeah, we skipped.
Yeah, if we go.
C and A first.
C is promoting and market
Right.
various programs in
Okay.
the city of Wilmington to connect city residents, businesses, and potential investors with opportunities, specifically direct support or no pass-through.
Yeah, so I combined this answer with E, just to show our advertising and kind of consulting spend.
Okay.
And then we'll go back one slide to D after this slide is completed. Regarding the advertising budget line, this is the one that we use to promote citywide events, including Black Restaurant Week, as previously mentioned, events like the Ladybug Festival and the Brandywine Festival of the Arts. And this line is also used for site selection focused marketing, and then destination marketing ads together with our Greater Wilmington Visitors Convention Bureau. So these are advertisements that highlight kind of investment and business opportunities. And then our consultant budget line can be used to address some of the workforce tasks that our office has. One is by initiating studies on some of the industry-specific workforce needs in the city, and promoting the city as, for example, a life sciences destination that's competitive in the greater Philadelphia region. And that's a study that we paid for recently. to make the argument to develop in Wilmington. And then we also have partners with some industry-led workforce initiatives, such as Zip Code Delaware and BioConnect DE, which runs the Camore STEM Hub out of Eastside Charter School. And so having these partnerships with industry leaders that are creating these training programs that train the skill sets that directly lead to a job, in my experience, has been the most beneficial type of partnership because there's a tangible outcome that's associated with that. So that was our response to E for the consultant, kind of use of our funds, and then C is the advertising piece.
Okay, all right. What about D?
So D is regarding partnerships and collaborations with the county and the state. So starting with the county, as I mentioned, we're starting a economic development strategic plan, which will be ongoing for the remainder of the calendar year. And this is a plan that updates our last plan from 2014, and our top priority is going to be creating a strategy to attract private investment across all commercial corridors in the city as determined by the 2028 comprehensive plan. So we're not picking and choosing which areas of the city, but every area and neighborhood that has a commercial corridor, we want to gather data on some of the real estate that's available, think about how to initiate some thoughtful placemaking initiatives, and then provide a targeted list of industries and businesses that would be a good fit for these spaces. And so we just kicked off the study with the county last week, and we will bring in stakeholders as needed for roundtables and for kind of data gathering to best inform this plan that can help advise our strategic fund spending as well on how to devise of incentives that can attract investments in areas that typically don't have investments historically. So that's our partnership with the county.
That's great.
Thank you. And then our partnership with the State Economic Development Agency, which is the Delaware Prosperity Partnership. We meet with them once a month, and we share our business pipeline just to see if there's areas of collaboration, two outcomes that have resulted from these meetings. From what I can share, is Corteva, which is the new business that located to the Brandywine building in downtown in January of this year, bringing in 200 jobs, $36 million in payroll. And then Insight, which was a commitment from state funds and city funds to bring them into the Bracebridge building. Obviously, some of those details of that deal changed since the leadership of Insight changed. But we work together when there's opportunities to keep businesses or attract new businesses to the state. And for us, it would be kind of new to the city. So in terms of Corteva, they were already in the state of Delaware, but just outside the city boundaries. So for us, it made sense to have a conversation with them about incentives because they would be new. But for the state, it made sense because they were also considering offices outside of Delaware, so in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. So there's these unique windows of opportunity when we can collaborate on incentives on these types of businesses that qualify.
Now, when you just mentioned outside the city, are you talking about Corteva?
Corteva was outside the city.
Right.
They were at the Chestnut Run Innovation Center. They were a water customer, but they weren't paying any wage taxes because they were outside of city boundaries. So that's where we got involved, made the pitch, created a list of actually available office inventory that fit their criteria, shared that with DPP, shared that with Corteva, brought them involved to kind of make the pitch for Wilmington. And so that's how we engage in business with DPP.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. I'm going to take the liberty to just make a statement. I really appreciate you sharing that answer the way that you did, that question the way that you did, because there's always a number of people asking, why is the city investing $10 million here? Why is the city investing money in different places? And like you just said, part of your department's responsibility is to attract businesses to the city of Wilmington and to make it more appealing and to help woo them here, because at the end of the day, our two major revenue streams are wage taxes and property taxes, correct?
Agreed. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to move on. So thank you for sharing that. So we have 3 more questions, and we will be wrapping up. Can you please share if the 25.7 thousand budgeted for advertising provides the necessary funding and adequate resources to promote and market the city of Wilmington? Specify the amount for small business development program.
Yeah, I do want to go to one slide back because we were asked a new question on kind of sharing the DBE process. So I want to give James Williams the floor here.
Okay.
Absolutely, thank you. So 2 questions that came in just today, Marshall had shared, had to do with programs and services that OED offers to small businesses specifically, right? So all of the products and services that were shared, that Director Park shared earlier, a lot of them we often use for small businesses as well, things such as architecture and engineering grants. The strategic fund, is a tremendous tool to help us address business needs, but it allows us for small businesses to be very flexible and kind of meet them where they are with whatever challenges they may be facing. We also work with a number of consultants, or should I say a handful of consultants that we found over the years who have been very effective in helping us to assess small business needs, to kind of assess their internal and external factors that may be causing the challenges that they're coming to us with. To develop a plan, to develop some very specific recommendations, which also come along with estimated costs for each of those recommendations, that allows us to be very specific with the amount of support that we provide. So it plays into the equation to help us right-size those types of agreements. And then lastly, what I labeled here as 6C2, has to do with our website and a guide, should I say, to help DBEs understand their procurement process. And I did take a look at our website, and the way that the city's website is kind of configured, everything's on separate pages. So there actually is a page on the city's website under the finance department called the Vendor Guide to Procurements, which outlines the steps that DBEs or any vendor would use to learn about city opportunities, to bid and be aware of city projects. So we actually made some changes, or should I say requested some changes just today from the IT department to add a link to that on our office disadvantaged business site, so that's a little bit easier to access, and you don't have to kind of jump around or guess where it may be. And then also to also just make clear, our office also has the Choose Wilmington DE site where this information also resides, and it's already there. So we've made some changes, or we're making some changes to address that, to make that a little bit more clear.
Thank you. All right, so we can go to 7 now?
Yes.
Okay. You want to answer that?
Yep. So our proposed use for FY27 is $23,700 for city-oriented advertising, website, and promotional content in local and regional publications. And then $2,000 is set aside for the small and minority business initiatives, classes, and related outreach, as James Williams described. So the total is $25,700.
Okay. That's the total for the business development program, right?
This is for the advertising line.
Okay.
Yeah.
So A, specify the amount for small business development program.
Oh, the small business development program. I mean, this is the set aside we have in advertising, but this is distinct from the strategic fund set aside, which is we're requesting $1 million.
Sean, I think it's just, the answer is 2,000, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's in the slide right there. The set aside for the SMBEO is $2,000.
Specifically for advertising for the SMBEO, if that's the question.
That is.
It's 2 different questions. One was sharing the budget for advertising, and the next one was.
We read it as advertising for the small business.
Okay.
So that amount is $2,000.
Okay.
For advertising.
Okay,
which is part of the 22,600, I think that it
okay.
is every year.
All right. Okay, let's move on to number 8. Can you please discuss the planned use for the 110,000 budgeted for consultants?
Yes, 95,000 in consulting support for development and infrastructure projects, and 15,000 for consultant services for SMBEO programming, for a total of $110,000. And the next slide will cover some of our proposed uses for the next fiscal year. So starting with the 3 DBEs mentioned at the top, the Savory Group, who produces those business needs assessments. The Aaliyah Hammond Consulting for social media marketing strategy development. Aaron Hutt Consulting for program application support. This is a consultant I previously referenced in DDD application support. Resonance Consulting was a consultant selected from a competitive bid process with the county and the city on the economic development strategic plan. Golden Shovel is who helps with our website development and hosting and copywriting. And then CoStar is what we use for real estate software.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to question number 9. Okay, which is our last question. Can you please provide FY27 proposed organizational chart with the total number of employees in all of these categories, permanent, temporary, contract, vacancies, and then include the org chart with the photos?
So here's the org chart. We have 5 total employees, 3 appointed, 2 merit, and that is the structure of our office.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for the presentation and the overview and going through the different slides. So at this time, I am going to find out if any council members have any questions. Councilmember Oliver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank Economic Development and staff for a great presentation. Was just wondering, when do you plan on creating the economic development plan that would attract and retain some entrepreneurs to invest in the city of Wilmington?
Yeah, so as mentioned, we're working with the county on the strategic plan. We kicked off last week. Our current schedule is that we should have something ready to share with council by October. And so this will involve a lot of data collecting, a lot of roundtables, a lot of going back and forth with the county and the consultant. But I plan to loop council in as soon as feasible, which is currently projected to be in October.
Follow up.
Yes.
One thing Councilman Hardy said, when y'all have your little events, just send us an email or a flyer, because I would have attended maybe one of them.
Okay.
Thank
Will
you.
do.
Thanks for the work you do.
Thank you.
Okay, any other council members? Vice Chair Bracy?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and all of the work that you're doing for our city. I just had I have a couple of questions, but I'll start with, for the application to the state that's due on May 15th for the opportunity zones, I just wanted to make sure I was clear. We already have 8 that are designated in the city out of a total of 17.
So 17 are the ones that qualify for Opportunity Zone 2.0, they're calling it.
Okay.
And the version 1.0, we currently have 8 zones that are eligible.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes. Mhm.
So are we applying then for all of the ones that we can apply for? Like, what's your thought process behind, or are you looking for ones where we already have viable projects? Like, what's the kind of thought behind how we approach it?
Yeah. I mean, my personal preference is to get as many zones as possible, but it's up to the governor's discretion on which ones are nominated. And so we can make the argument for all of these census tracts, but ultimately it's not our decision to make the submission to the U.S. Treasury Office.
One more follow-up?
Yes.
Would it be helpful to have like a letter of support from council to go with your submission or something? I'm just asking how we can support making sure that the governor knows this is very important and that, this is some, how Wilmington goes is how the state goes. So, whatever we can do, I don't know if that's appropriate, but if there is something that we should be doing to help advocate, just let us know.
Okay.
Okay. And I wanted to piggyback off of that question. So, how do they determine, like, which ones get selected? Is there some type of criteria? Because as you mentioned, we have 5, you said?
We have 8 currently.
8 currently, okay. And so the total is throughout the whole state. We just have 8 of the,
So, yeah, 25
Total.
is total throughout the state.
correct.
Yeah.
And we just have 8. So I was just curious to know, like, what will be the criteria? So even though I know that the governor has the last say-so and will make the decision, I was just trying to figure out, like, is it income-based? I know that there has to be some kind of criteria to determine, or are you saying all the other ones, they all qualify?
Yeah, the 17 eligible tracks are based on income levels and poverty rates.
Right.
And these were federally set.
Correct.
So we didn't have any say in that matter. Now, I think I need to work with the administration and with council on if there is a cap on the number of tracks that Wilmington can push forward. What is that selection criteria? How does that process go?
Right.
But that hasn't been, we haven't formally submitted anything to the governor yet, so we're still kind of deciding how to go about this. But I'm telling you what we know currently, the tracks that we have eligible, and we'll need to work together going forward to meet the deadline.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Willard?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question about the.
Speak into your microphone. Is it on?
Is it not on? Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question is about the $4 million that's proposed to move from the Tax Stabilization Fund into the Economic Strategic Fund to support economic development. And as you know, we've talked about the Adams 4 and the Great Value Supermarket that is, I've heard different things like closing or getting renovated. But my question is, does the Office of Economic Development have an overall strategy for identifying what businesses are needed in Wilmington's neighborhoods, like supermarkets, and identifying, where there are gaps in people's access to food, like food deserts in the city of Wilmington? Because there's 2 supermarkets that have closed in the 5th District, in the last few years. And so, and there's other areas that also, people don't have transportation to get to supermarkets, like food access is an issue. So is there a strategy around food access and using this strategic fund to ensure that people have access to a supermarket?
Yeah, I think some of the strategy will come in with our work with residents in the county in the strategy for commercial corridors, which I'm sure the need for grocery options that are within distance of neighborhoods is going to be mentioned as a part of that. I will say we're in kind of a unique position with Adams 4. I can't share too much at this time, but there is a letter of intent that's signed to potentially purchase this building as a part of the Buy Back the Block program, and that also comes with an outreach component, community investment, and training others to take part in commercial development and making kind of small investments that can generate some returns and get some community buy-in. And this is a model that we've seen be successful in Baltimore. And so we're crossing our fingers. Things are looking good, but I think we should have more to share in the summertime after the due diligence period is over. But another resource that we were able to tap into in the past is a consultant that specifically focuses on groceries that are in demand for a certain region based on demographics, based on income levels, and considering out-of-the-box grocery options that fit the demographics of certain neighborhoods in Wilmington. And so when we started talking with this consultant and named a particular location in the city in mind, they came up with grocers that I've never heard of, but are in the region, and demographically they kind of have a fit for the community. So these are some of the resources that I have in mind, but we're really looking forward to our strategic plan to kind of guide us on where there are food deserts, where investment is needed in commercial corridors.
Follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So thank you very much for that, and I look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you.
And I guess my other question is just kind of in a broader way, small businesses and the $4 million that is proposed to be moved from the tax stabilization fund to the strategic fund, economic strategic fund, making sure that small businesses know what's available.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that there was a hearing before this where I was talking about referring people to the website, and I just still, even going on tonight, it's really hard to come onto your website as a small business and understand how to connect with somebody and even what's offered. And so do you have plans to, because if you just go to the small business site, it kind of directs you to state resources, federal resources, but there's nothing on that site, like the Small Business Center on the Office of Economic Development website. It doesn't say, and we have a ton of local incentives for you, call this person. There's no doorway into what the city has to offer for small businesses. And it seems like that might drive some of what we see with the Economic Strategic Fund. It looked like almost all of the grants had been awarded to downtown businesses. I noticed, I think 5th District only had maybe 4 or something like that. Mm-hmm. And it just seems like it's all concentrated in one part of the city. And I was just thinking about how that could change. It seems like maybe making it more obvious, how to access that to the small businesses, just looking on the website at night or something like that. Okay, I'm a small business on 4th Street. It's just kind of a dead end when you try to come to the website. So,
okay. Well, thank you for your feedback. I'll share that with our consultant that develops this website for us, and try to make it more small business friendly.
And I just had one follow-up.
The third one. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that the small businesses all over the city that are, can be kind of more of a priority for the strategic fund.
Okay.
Thank you. Vice Chair Bracy.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick question on the Grow America Fund. Is that forgivable? Is that 10-year forgivable, or is that, how does that?
Yeah, that is.
How does that work?
Yeah, it's not forgivable, but it's set at comparably low rates because of SBA backing. But that is...
It's a true loan.
Yeah, it's a loan. So that is why a lot of businesses have a hard time qualifying for this fund, and that's why the loan size is so high. But yes, this is 100% a loan. Now, we have partnered with the Grow Wilmington Fund at times with some strategic funds when it makes sense, if there's enough jobs that are associated with that deal. But Grow Wilmington Fund does not do any grants.
Thank you.
Okay. Director Park, during the last, I believe, last month's Finance Committee meeting, when you did a presentation on the businesses that you were working with to see if they qualify for some assistance. Mm-hmm. And there were a number of businesses on your presentation that still have not made contact with your office. So what is the strategy that y'all use? I mean, you put some names on the presentation, but it's been almost 6 weeks now, and a couple of them I was told that they haven't heard from your office. So is it that they are supposed to contact you, the ones that you have not connected with, or do your office reach out to them? I'm asking so they're clear on how it works.
Yeah, I'll take this. So if I recall the slide, I think you're referring to, or we just listed all the newer businesses that we were aware of that had opened in the past 12 months, I think it was.
Yes.
So typically, we look for businesses to come to us, right? Unless something kind of spurs us to meet them. Maybe we just happen to go to lunch or just introduce ourselves, or however organically we meet these businesses. There's any number of ways. So this slide wasn't depicting that we necessarily had an intention of meeting every business, right? I mean, but where there's a need, we certainly would want to speak to that business. And if they were just to call us, or if any of our community partners were to reach out and say, hey, I want to make an introduction, we do that every day. So it may just be that it hasn't happened yet, but would love any of the businesses that you're familiar with to have that introduction happen. So yeah, I think it's just a matter of there's no process that says every time a new business opens we go straight for them just to introduce, but we're open to it if any conversation to talk about the products and services we have, as Councilmember Wilhauer mentioned, we welcome it. So it just helps us to get the word out. And we rely a lot on community partners as well, like the CDCs, and even some of our CDFI partners bring businesses to us that they're working with. So it's really a kind of organic process that happens there.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to get you. My follow-up would be that those business names were on the presentation as if, you made them a part of your presentation. So the impression was that there was already a connection. And I get what you're saying in terms of, ones that have not connected with your office, but these were names that was on a presentation, which led me to believe that they're already, about them, they know about you.
I believe the question, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
So no, I was just, responding to what you said, and I do understand what you're saying in terms of how businesses can reach your office, not only through a website, but through council members and et cetera. Obviously, some of, other businesses have contacted your office based on your presentation. I just wanted to bring that to your attention because when I went to a couple of these businesses to say, hey, have you heard from Economics and Development? They were like, no. And I was like, oh. And I only mentioned it to them because I seen them on your chart. So I just wanted to make sure that I fully understood what did that mean when you have those businesses on your chart, to make sure that there's a connection there.
Yeah. I think we were responding to a question on the number of new businesses in the city,
Yes.
which is different from the list of businesses that we've assisted, or businesses that have utilized strategic funds. But if there's any businesses that we've kind of let slip through the cracks, let me follow up with you and kind of get the list of contacts that I should reach out to, and I'll be sure to do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Willard.
Yeah, I just had one suggestion, which is maybe, putting a name and a phone number on the small business section of the site so that they can contact directly.
Okay. That's a good suggestion. Any other? Councilmember Oliver?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wells, have we made contact with Jesse and James?
Yes, I made contact with them before I went on vacation 2 weeks ago, and I owe them a follow-up on some of what we discussed there. So
Thank you.
we're in touch.
He was very, thank you. He was very impressed with you, so whatever you said to him, hope you go back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. I'm going to put it out to the public. Do we have anyone in the public that would like to make a comment? I have Jamila Davy. I have your name. Are you on the Zoom right now, Jamila? Okay. All right. So, I'm gonna move on because we have another. Okay. So, at this time, I want to ask the Councilmember Owens.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a quick question about our strategic fund payments that have been paid out. Going forward, is there going to be any effort to make sure that we're diversifying the districts when we're looking at all our commercial corridors? In my district alone, we have both Miller Road area that's in the city. I know there's a portion in the county, but then also that North Market Street corridor there as well too, to make sure that we're getting additional resources to those businesses over there and really meeting and greeting with them. I know that Councilwoman Oliver and I share North Market Street with Councilwoman Darby as well too, and there's a ton of businesses along there.
Yeah, I mean, I think with our opportunity to create a strategic plan around our top priority is attracting investment for commercial corridors. One of my suggestions was to give us feedback on our incentive program and how do we better design this for smaller businesses, for neighborhood corridors rather than just downtown. So I think we're going to lean on some experts here, get feedback from the community through roundtables, and then that'll be kind of our strategy that goes forward, and then will be presented to council in October.
Thank you for that, because just looking, doing the quick percentages and everything, the numbers are pretty lopsided. Only 2% of the funds have gone into this first district since 2020. 5% in the second, 10% in the third, 62% in the fourth, 5% in the fifth, 5% in the sixth, 6% in the seventh, and 1% in the eighth. So just diversifying it a little bit more.
And I wanted to just mention to the council members, one of the things that I do is I make sure that the businesses know about them. So we can also just help by letting our businesses know that they're there. I know Council Member Oliver does that. That's how she knew about Jesse and James, you know, that connection. And that's one of the things that I do, because that really goes a long way, right? Just making that connection.
It wasn't a knock towards any, I just wanted to make sure it was diversified with the funding.
Well, yeah, I understood what you were saying. I was just stating that it has been helpful to some of the smaller minority businesses in my district to let them know about the office. That's it. So that's very helpful.
They know about it.
Okay. All right. So I wanted to get feedback from the council members regarding a break. Do you want a break or do you want to keep going? A short break, a 5-minute break?
We need at least 5 to switch.
5, okay. All right, I just wanted to get a feel for what council members wanted to do. So first of all, before we break, I want to thank Director Sean Park and Mr. Winkler, OMB Deputy Director, for presenting this evening. Any follow-up information I'm asking that is provided to Ms. Bass-Knight. So thank you, everyone on your team, for your presentation on tonight. We're going to take a 5 to 10-minute break, and when we return, our next budget hearing will be Office of Information and Technology, chaired by our Vice Chair, Letitia Bracy. So we'll be back at 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, honorable members of City Council, Chief of Staff for Mayor Carney, Saran Cade, Deputy Chief of Staff for Mayor Carney, Stephanie Mergler, Chief of Staff Simmons, Financial Controller and Legislative Admin Assistant Ajay English, Director Demond May, Office of Management and Budget, and members of the public. I'm calling to order the Finance Committee budget hearing for the Department of Information Technology, as we are just resuming from a 10-minute break. I am Vice Finance Chair Letitia Bracey, and I will be chairing this evening. First, would like to start by recognizing the members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance by doing a roll call. Chair Harley. No, she's here. She's getting online. Councilwoman Oliver. Councilwoman Darby. Councilman Hackett. Councilman Spadola. President Congo.
Here.
Also, I'd like to recognize any other council members present. Councilman Owens.
Present.
Councilwoman Cabrera. Councilwoman Willauer.
Present.
Councilman Johnson and Councilman Field. Councilwoman McCoy. I'd like to inform everyone that public comment will be asked at the end of each department's budget hearing, and that we look forward to participation from the public. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes, and if there's any follow-up information needed during any of these budget hearings, Ms. Bass-Knight will track and follow up on all of those requests. Budget hearings are limited due to time constraints, and I ask if we all can be mindful, as this is the third and final budget hearing for this evening. All budget questions should be of a fiscal budgetary manner only and will be limited based on time limitations. I ask that if my colleagues have any questions, please raise your hands. It is intended for each department to present, and then, as we stated, questions will be slated afterwards. Finance members will be acknowledged first, and then other council members. And you're all allotted 2 rounds of questionings and 2 follow-ups. I now turn this portion of our hearing over to Nahid Hassan, OMB Fiscal and Operation Analyst, to provide a financial overview, and then the next voice you'll hear will be Director Demond May for a summary of the IT department.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of City Council. Today I'll be providing an overview of the FY 2027 Information Technology Department budget. Next slide, please. The department's proposed operating budget request totals $11.7 million, an increase of $68,000 or 0.06%. Next slide, please. Some of the notable changes are highlighted in this slide. As you can see, salaries and wages increased by $43,000 or 2.6%, primarily due to COLAs and mandatory step increases. Employee benefits increased by a net of $30,000, driven by rising healthcare costs, net of pension contribution savings. The mid-year budget amendment in FY 2026 added an operations manager position at a total cost of $144,000. This was completely offset by the elimination of the mapping and graphics manager position for a total savings of $145,000. Next slide, please. On the MSNE side, the department's budget increased by a net of $13,000. Some of the notable changes are as follows. Computer software licenses increased by $185,000, primarily due to the development of a Salesforce application supporting land use and planning and licenses and inspections. Repairs to mechanical office equipment increased by almost $74,000, driven by new IT equipment for the police department. Computer software non-capital increased by $57,000, mainly due to the addition of audit management software, and rising software licensing costs. Temporary agencies increased by nearly $45,000 to support an on-site mapping and graphics professional. Next slide, please. On the other hand, consultants decreased by a net of $142,000, primarily due to an elimination of a project manager. Other non-capitalized equipment decreased by $82,000, mainly due to the removal of several one-time IT requests from FY2026. Combined mobile airtime, repairs to equipment, and contractor maintenance services decreased by a net of $126,000, reflecting the consolidation of voice over IP services under one single vendor, IPC. That concludes my overview of the FY 2027 Information Technologies Department's proposed budget. Thank you.
Like to be acknowledged.
Okay.
Acknowledging Councilwoman Oliver.
Good evening, Council President, Madam Chair, and members of Council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present the IT budget tonight. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge our IT staff, whose commitment and expertise ensure the city continues to operate securely, efficiently, and without interruption. These dedicated professionals work tirelessly behind the scenes, often with their work not recognized until something goes wrong. However, the work that they do touches on every aspect of city government. They show up every day with expertise, professionalism, and a genuine pride in serving the city. And I am very proud of my team and everything that they do. Again, I just want to say, I just can't say how great of a team that I have and the amount of hard work that they put in. I'm thankful for all of you. With that, I'd like to begin with a high-level overview of the IT department. So the IT department is composed of 6 divisions. So the administration division handles strategic planning, personnel management, project management, finances, and mail services. The network team handles intra and inter-site connectivity, perimeter security and monitoring, and Wi-Fi and VPN services. The applications group handles the ERP, enterprise resource planning software, and other enterprise software suites, enterprise message management, and AI, and internet site management. The help desk team handles endpoint management, and security, mobile device management, and triage support. Telecom group handles WAN network connectivity, telephony, cellular communications and radios, and mapping and graphics handles GIS services, digital and print and management services. Next slide, please. These are our core values. What I espouse to our team to operate by. These have remained the same as last year. Next slide, please. These are our strategic priorities that are aligned with the mayor's office priorities and remain the same as last year.
Thank you. All right, we'll get to questions and answering. And the first question, please share how this budget aligns with closing any potential budget gaps that may be expected in FY27.
As Naheed had presented before, we've kept the budget in line with priorities and have minimized expenditures, capping off at a small, slight increase of $68,000 this year, which is a 0.6% increase. Next slide, please. Budget is highlighted by several of these reductions, $142K reduction in the consulting line, a $82K reduction in the equipment line by streamlining our purchases of new systems and computers, and a reduction in the telecom line by consolidating services for our voice over IP provider and SIP provider.
All right. Question 2. How confident are you that this budget provides adequate resources, funding, training, and protocols to protect the city of Wilmington from cybersecurity attacks? You can discuss both A and B.
Okay. So we're very confident that this budget addresses all of those issues. Our investment in technology is very strong. We currently invest roughly 10% of the city's budget, of the city's IT budget for IT purchases, which puts us in the top percentile for cities our size. Most cities spend between 4 and 8% on their cybersecurity budget, and we are well above that. Next slide, please. Our principal investment for this year has gone into doing a dedicated IT security leadership, splitting that role out from me as a CIO, which gives another individual time to do more of the procedural planning for policy management, training, making the security policy and plans for the organization. We also focus in on the core areas that you would see for cybersecurity attacks, and which are message hygiene and email security, network systems security, and advanced endpoint management and threat management. All right. Next slide, please. Okay.
Okay.
This also leads into infrastructure and endpoint modernization, where we are moving to a new endpoint management system, endpoint security system with our security partner to help make sure that the workstations have better scanning and are monitored 24/7 by an external company. We also include workforce skills development, to which there is a $82,000 allocation of money for spending that we utilize to supplement training for cybersecurity, to which we also do our annual Cybersecurity Month training, a month-long exercise dedicated to helping increase employee awareness, which has been very successful in lowering our threat and vulnerability. We also make sure that we routinely test employees several times a year to make sure that they're staying within compliance, and employees also will in the future have opportunities for extended testing and through software that HR is implementing. As far as disaster recovery posture, while we have sufficient infrastructure and technology that's placed before it, the real true key to survivability of a disaster is through training and response and making sure and preparedness. And the way that we do that is by making sure that we have an active and updated IRP plan, incident response plan, that helps walk the IT department through responding to threats. And we also have a newly completed COOP plan by the Office of Emergency Management, which helps deal with larger disasters and response as a whole. The key to these plans is making sure that we routinely practice and that we work and drill on these so that we can respond quickly and correctly when something happens.
All right, thank you. And before we move further, I mentioned that Councilwoman Harley was online. Just want to formally acknowledge that she is online. Question number 3, discuss how the FY2027 budget will help your department with transforming city government to be more efficient, smart city, and more community engaged. And you can go through both questions A and B in your response.
Okay. We are working to develop a city app. Work has kind of begun on that to begin requirements. We are right now, there is a resource that's been attached to the mayor's office to help with development. Right now, we're in the discovery phase of the project. And again, like I said, gathering requirements and determining whether or not it will be an extension of our current ERP platform or will it be another platform that might be developed in-house or otherwise. And hopefully this will help drive community engagement and get better feedback. I guess like the budget that we have is, I guess what I would say is, I guess one of the larger questions about this is where we are going with AI and the inclusion of AI. And we are currently working toward making sure that we can integrate AI safely and securely into the environment. We're working with a focused IT steering committee to work to develop distinct use cases, which that has kind of shown that that's the guiding factor for success with AI is making sure that it's not just opened up into the environment, but that there are distinct goals that are worked toward the accomplishment, and that employees are properly trained in its use and understand how to properly prompt and efficiently use it, as well as making sure that it's properly contained in the environment and secured. And that was the last piece that we were kind of trying to do research-wise and in our discovery process. But I think, we'll see some major progress over the next couple months with starting to pilot the program and getting it out to members of the city.
Thank you. All right, question 4. If you want to just discuss any HR changes you have, vacancies, changes to positions, et cetera, and you can just go through all 4 of those sections, A through D.
Okay. So we currently have 2 vacant positions. The one position is the IT operations manager position was created during the last budget amendment. It's been open for about 6 weeks. It's a newly created position, so we're currently working with HR to develop the job description for it, and we hope to post it sometime in May and begin interviewing hopefully in June to fill by July 1. The second position is the information desktop engineer position. We have filled this before, but we've had a hard time keeping an incumbent in this position. And so with the duties that that encompasses, we are looking at trying to reassess the position to determine and align it better with the needs of public safety and the other position that is currently in service to the WPD department. It's been open for some time, but we just kind of discovered that we need to do this late in the process, which has kind of led to this being kind of back-ended, and it was not formally in the submission process initially, while you might not have seen it there. So we're hoping to have it match the information systems analyst position that's currently for the WPD department, since it provides a very similar function.
Okay. And question 5, I think you've already addressed, but I'll just put it out there to discuss any changes in positions, new positions deleted, upgrades, et cetera.
Yeah, pretty much what that's pretty much the same thing as what I just went over in question number 4.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so moving on to question number 6. As it relates to the $2.2 million that's budgeted for professional fees, can you provide an overview of that line item in your budget, specifically answering A through D, which addresses graphic design, creation of flyers, any vendors that may be DEBEs, the length of consulting contracts, and the return on investment so far. So if you just want to go through those series. Yeah.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I have a little bit of a malfunction here. Sorry. So the FY27 proposed budget for professional fees is approximately 2.2 million, which represents a slight decrease from the previous year. This reflects a targeted reduction in certain consultant areas while maintaining critical external support where specialized expertise is required. And mainly, we ended up reducing and removing a position from Diamond Technologies that we no longer needed due to our load of projects kind of catching up and being completed, and our projection of the projects that we're going to be working on this year not requiring that. So we were able to remove that position. There is $80K that is reserved for the creation of digital media that were previously performed by the mapping and graphics manager. What we're looking to do is replace the mapping and graphics manager through this budget cycle and the next with a consultant, a web and media design consultant, and they will be handling the work and that outsourced work from that position. And hopefully, depending on how well that works, we'll take a look and study that to potentially be a full-time position in the future. None of the vendors identify as DBEs. So, next slide, please. These are the current contracts, current vendor, current consultant vendors, and the length of time and duration for their contracts. Next slide, please. There are currently 8 contracted employees working for the city, for City IT. So there are 4 Diamond Technologies consultants and 1 contractor. There is 1 Brandywine Technology consultant and 1 contractor, and then we have a remote database DBA service, which there are a multitude of group of people working as 1 individual to maintain our environment. Next slide, please. So the Diamond Technology breakdown is as follows. 1 Chief Information Security Officer, CISO, and 1 Network Architect, 1 Network Consultant, 1 Data Scientist, and 1 Help Desk Support Analyst. Next slide, please. And the breakdown for Brandywine Technology Services is 1 project manager and 1 payroll processing specialist. All right, next slide, please. So as I've been over in years past, the reason why small IT departments like ourselves, we utilize consultants to access services and skill sets that we wouldn't typically be able to access with FTEs. Due to our pay scale, a lot of these positions and services are beyond the scope and range of what we would typically pay a individual at the same, at the same level. The CISO alone would be almost twice my salary in a real world or public sector scenario. And so we use a MSA model, managed service provider model, MSP model, with Diamond Technologies to take a hybrid approach with a lot of these positions. And what it does is allow us to, for the price that we pay, get an extended set of services for active employees that work and engage with our contract, but also some consultants that they work with that they may have on the bench that can also contribute. And so it allows us to get more services for what we pay for, in a sense. If we were to create these positions internally, ourselves, we would more than likely incur expenses between $200,000 to $500,000 a year in order to, because we'd have to break each role out individually and, and pay for each of those roles individually rather than what we're getting now as a hybrid combined approach with some of the individuals. So by far, using consultants strategically and managing them strategically saves the city money, and it's a typical practice of business for IT departments, and it's a typical model for IT departments to augment their services with consultants.
Thank you. All right, question 7 is to discuss your equipment budget that you have budgeted at $3.1 million, and then there are A through E for you to address as well. So that's the Microsoft 365, any new software requests, again, all of your contracts and DBEs, and then the Dell lease agreement and the time frame for replacing the computers.
Okay. And you have to excuse me, I'm a little chilly, so I might be, my
Quite
teeth
all
are
right.
chattering and stuff. So if that's what you hear, my bad about that. But
Quite all right.
all right. So the increase is primarily driven by new software investments, particularly with the VPN, extending the VPN service to a lot of our employees for the work from home protocol, and to allow for more extensive monitoring and more security with our VPN service. Also for SAN equipment for the police. So that's one of the big, oh, you know what, I think I'm on the wrong question, I'm sorry. The increase for this one, I'm sorry, it was for AI, is funding for AI and cloud initiatives, and also for additional licenses that we added for public works employees with Microsoft 365. So those are some of the biggest items that are driving the change in that line. In FY27, we are also consolidating and moving to a 4-year leasing program to purchase computers. What this will do is allow us to do a large bulk purchase that will allow us to put almost all of our endpoint machines on a single cycle, rather than what we've been doing over the past couple of years by buying computers piecemeal and maybe replacing 100 or 200 machines every year. So that's hard for us to catch up. We're looking at finalizing the process right now to submit the final quote, and then after that we'll be approaching council, to review and approve the 4-year contract. And if that works well, then we're looking at taking possession of the computer sometime in June and beginning deployments in July. And the only new software request that we have this year is for Forerunner flood management software for the land use and planning department. It's a cloud-based software that helps monitor and determine flood risk throughout the city. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second.
All right, anything else you need to talk about with question 7 before we move on?
The Microsoft 365 portion of the question. So there were several Microsoft outages during this period that were highly publicized on TV. None of those affected the city and resulted in downtime from the city. And so we typically, in order to streamline communications and not confuse staff, we typically do not interact with a alert or an issue unless we know that it's going to cause downtime or security risk with the city. So for those situations, if it's something that's service impacting, we will make sure that we notify all city users. There was an incident on January 29th The incident on January 29th was an outage, a small outage that we had for about an hour, a little bit over an hour. It was not a Microsoft issue. It was an issue on our side. And my staff responded very quickly with, prior to opening, they were already analyzing it and trying to determine the root cause. And we're able to move through it and resolve the issue in roughly an hour and 20 minutes. So I just wanted to make, we are doing, my team does a very good job with response and communication, and we were able to respond to it, resolve it, and communicate back to the organization and everything like that, within about an hour and 20 minutes. This puts us a lot of these issues like this are very typical when we have them, and this puts us in a very high percentile for response. Typically, an issue of that nature for many IT departments takes 2 to 4 hours for response. So again, kudos to our team for their expertise and, for their quick response. All right, next slide. Here we have the current software contracts for the city, whether they're DBE and whether they're presented before council. If they are 1-year renewing contracts, they do not go before council.
All right. And then we could go on to the next slide, question 8. And that is for you to discuss your communications and utilities account groupings, number of cell phones, tablets, laptops, et cetera, that you have.
Okay. So I'll move through this. It's down from last year from 1.4 million to 1.3 million this year. And that, again, that's particularly driven by a savings that we realized by consolidating our VoIP and SIP services or virtual phone line services to a single provider. And that helped us realize a large savings. To answer the other question, $100K is allocated for the WPD camera and downtown network and downtown visions. Next slide, please. This is the current breakdown of city cell phones and mobile devices.
Okay.
Next slide.
All right. So we're nearing the end. And so the next is to discuss your contracted maintenance account grouping. So that line item of $744,000.
It's a slight increase over last year, and this was the one that I was saying before. This was one I erroneously said before where correctly responding. This is the slight increase comes from increasing our VPN capability and also for purchasing storage area network equipment for the WPD.
Okay. All right. And then the question 10 is to talk through training and professional development for your staff and the money you have allotted for that.
Okay. So we have roughly $82K dedicated for spending. IT's focus for training is in like technical supplementary and augmentation. So we typically train along the lines of new products or new technical projects in the initial trainings and development and improvement for the ERP. And that's handled by our 45K training fund that is citywide and utilized for all departments. IT's central focus training is 37K, and we normally split that between the 4 online services that you see on the side, Udemy, Coursera, CBT Nuggets, and Safari. And that gives our employees a plethora of options to be able to increase their technical and soft skills.
All right. And the last question is always to share your organizational chart. Mm-hmm. And you have a very nice headshot.
Not sure that would pass muster with Councilwoman.
Yeah, I'll make sure to put the real one up there. But a little bit of humor there. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Director. Uh-huh. And at this point, I will open it up for questions from council.
All right. Thank you.
Ooh. Go ahead. Ms. Bass Knight?
Just one clarifying question, because I just wasn't aware, is for your professional fees with, for consultants, for the One Network Architect, is that one person or is that a firm for the 496,000?
The 496,000 represents, it represents two people. Oh, well, it represents, yeah, two people.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Willauer?
Yes, I just wanted to thank your hardworking staff. I don't want to say I often have technology questions, but I kind of do. And whenever I do, I come, I get an immediate response, I get a call back. They really go out of their way to take care of the problem. So I just want to thank the IT department for the support that you offer to city.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
And the one question I had was to get a little bit better understanding about how you support the water utility. What are the activities that happen in the information technologies department that supports the water utility?
So I guess you meaning Inquesta?
No, I mean, if I can add a little bit of clarification, I mean, all of the employees in the water department who are funded by the water fund use technology. So they require the same level of support that anybody funded by the general fund does.
Right.
I mean, I can let the IT director expand on that, but it's essentially, I mean, the IT department provides the same technical service. And on top of that, there's a certain amount that's just directly inside the IT budget that directly supports the water fund, such as the Jacobs contract and a few other things. The service that, supports City Works, and any other, technology requests. I mean, part of the Salesforce licenses, although those are budgeted directly in the water fund. But it's mainly the part that's supported by IT is the IT services that they provide the rest of the city, which is, all of our employees use technology.
We support them as far as any issues or triage management that they require. And we also support the infrastructure that they use to manage and monitor the water. And also, as always, provide security. That's one of our main mandates.
And cybersecurity for a water utility is incredibly important. They are potential targets. A great way to cripple a city is to attack its water utility. So that's a major part of what they do as well.
Councilman Owens? Or did you have a follow-up, Councilwoman?
No, that was it. Thank you very much.
Councilman Owens?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Piggybacking off of the cybersecurity that was just mentioned, with the rise of the use of AI tools in the workplace all across America, I'm sure it's happening here. Have we seen an increase in risk of city employees who are using AI in their day-to-day operations? Does it open us up to any security threats?
Well, we actively block AI. So we actively block AI right now for use on our network. And so there's a group of people who currently are able to use AI, kind of piloting at some advanced users that departments have asked to request with, but AI is not generally available to all of our users at this point.
Thank you for that.
So it does actually open up a risk. And at the recent seminar that I attended in RSAC, we found some different ways that working with one of our current security providers, we can help to minimize that risk. And that's been one of the reasons why we have kind of slow walked the AI project. But on the bright side of it, it's mainly about training, and that's the big training, and again, about use cases and targeting which part of the user population. Eventually, at some point, we do see all users having some form of access to AI. And we will more than likely start this year with piloting generative AI use and then moving into further develop use cases. But really, the biggest thing is going to be making sure that employees that are able to access, that we grant access to AI, will have sufficient training and understand the limits of the technology, how to properly prompt it, and what information not to put in, while we successfully try to monitor that information as well.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions from council? Any public comment? Seeing none, I'll go back for one last round from council. I do want to say thank you to your entire team. I have called many a time because I've locked myself out of my laptop or I can't remember my password. And poor Dallas and some of your other staffers have had to come to my rescue. So we do appreciate the work that you guys do and the effort you put into keeping government functioning. So we appreciate you coming and presenting your budget.
Thank you so much.
So with that, I just want to finally, again, thank you, Director Damon May, Director and Naheed from OMB, Deputy Chief, for hanging in with us at all of our budget hearings, and for the entire City Council staff, WITN, for all of you from OMB and everyone that's been out with us. Our next budget hearing is on Wednesday. I also want to thank City Council staff, specifically Ajay English, Marshall Bass-Knight, Chief of Staff, I think is over there, Director Greco. Wednesday, April 22nd at 4:30, we will be having police, fire, and the treasurer's office. So we invite the public out to join us or tune in. You can catch us on WITN Channel 22, and that's also available online at WITN22.org. And they also have a YouTube and Facebook, so you can catch us live on all of their channels. If you are interested in digging into the budget and learning more about what we're doing here, you can go to www.wilmdebudget.org to see all of the presentations and the city department's budgets. And with that, I will accept a motion to adjourn. I think the only person that can do it is Chair Harley. Okay, well then I motion to adjourn and I'll second it. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Y'all have a good night.
No, I think it means we have to stay.